sale time. Okay, we're on live stream and I'd like to officially open today's ordinary meeting of the Livingstone Shire Council on this date 15th of the 7th, 2025. I'd like to welcome each and every member here today from my fellow councillors. Councillor Mather is just moving a car, but she'll be back shortly. And Councillor Rollery is on the way as well. Yep. But I'd like to welcome our CEO and all the executive staff, the general managers that are here today, and the various officers. Thank you. And would especially like to thank the members of the public who have shown the interest in whatever on the agenda that is special to them to attend today's meeting. It's great to have an engaged community, and we certainly respect that, so thank you. I was going to ask Councillor Friend if she'd like to do the acknowledgement of country.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to do the acknowledgement of country, and I do acknowledge the Durrumbal Nation for the land in which we are meeting today, for their elders past, present and future generations as well. This last week we've just had our NAIDOC celebrations in Livingstone, and it was a fantastic turnout, and it's so wonderful to look and see and feel and hear Durrumbal culture within our shire. So I acknowledge all of Durrumbal and also Councillor Walk-on here, who is a Durrumbal man. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Moving on, I'd like to offer to the Deputy Mayor if you'd like to do an opening prayer.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just Father, Lord God, we just thank you for the privilege of serving you today around this council table. Pray that we've made good decisions that benefit this community for now and forever. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. So we have a full attendance of councillors, which is great to see. And we have officers in attendance that are listed there on the agenda. So thank you. No leave of absence or apologies. Confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting held 7th of June. If there's no questions, is there someone like to move that?
Yes, Mr.
Yep, Councillor Mather's moving them to be true and correct.
Yes.
We have a seconder there.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder there, Councillor Walk-on. Any need for debate, councillors? No, we'll put that straight to vote. Those in favour? Thank you. That is unanimous.
Do business arising out of that, Mr. Chairman?
We'll move on to the next item on the agenda,
Thank you.
Councillor Mather. Thank you. Declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. Councillors, which the practice is if you could review your agendas prior to today, notify the CEO. However, if there's something that you've missed, that's totally fine.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, Mr. Mayor, under a notice of motion that I have submitted, there is a conflict of interest which I had notified the CEO in relation to, even though I've put the notice of motion in. However, this notice of motion remained in the agenda and wasn't removed at the time, and obviously I requested removal of it too late. So I'm going to, at this point, not necessarily talk about my conflict, because I'm going to at that point withdraw the notice of motion.
Okay, and that relates to item
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
9.1, I think.
It is a notice of motion. It would be 9.1.
Yep, parking waiver capital.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything further, Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I could have a perceived declarable conflict of interest for item 9.2. I do believe that item's going to be laid on the table, so it won't be talked about today. But if it's not, then I will bring that up at the appropriate time.
The only question though then is even voting on a procedural. I think we were looking that there may have been the prospect of procedurally laying that on the table.
Yeah, the hope is to help with the new members.
Yep. So I guess given that there's a vote either way on that.
Okay, yeah, well, I will,
perhaps.
I'll be making the declaration, but I'll be asking the councillors to make a determination of whether I stand there.
Okay. Did you want to deal with that now?
We could deal with
Councillor
it now.
Yep.
Question through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Eastwood, what is your conflict specifically for a notice of motion?
Okay, yeah, my conflict is that the notice of motion is in relation to Daniel Park, and the 9.2 talks about some units being built on the ex-tennis court. It's within the vicinity of my house. I would not be able to see the units. I don't believe that I think I only have a possession of declarable conflict of interest. I've been allowed to stay in the room before in relation to matters pertaining to Daniel Park, but just to cover my own butt, I'm going to ask the councillors to make that decision for me, so I don't have to make it.
And just one other question through you, Mr. Chair. So last tenure, this was on the talking about it. It's basically come back from last tenure. So last tenure, did you have to declare a conflict?
I don't believe I did.
Right.
No.
Thank you.
But I've had an OIA since then in relation to conflicts of interest, which I was cleared of, in relation to matters in Kilby Bay, and I'm just being cautious.
Thank you.
Okay. So Councillor Eastwood, you're requesting to stay on the table.
I was going to read through my...
Oh, sorry.
But do you want me to do that? Or?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Like Councillor Pat Eastwood informed the meeting that I could have a perceived declarable conflict of interest due to the proximity of the proposed units to a house I own. Although I have a perceived declarable conflict of interest, I believe I would be reasonably perceived to be impartial because the interest would be no greater than a significant number of persons in the Kilby Bay local government area, and a reasonable and fair-minded person in the community could determine that my decision will be made in the public's best interest. Therefore, I wish to remain in the meeting and ask the eligible councillors to decide if I may participate in the debate and decision making, and I'm open to any questions if required.
Any questions, councillors?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Yes.
Councillor Eastwood, what is the proximity between the land in question?
Well, I did measure it once. It's
Can you see them from where you are?
I won't be able to see the units. I can't see.
It's not that block of view.
Can't see that part of the park at all.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay. No further questions? Okay, we'll put it to the vote. Who agrees to allow Councillor Eastwood to participate in the matter? Yep. You can vote now. Those in favour?
Oh,
Yep. Okay. That's those against. No, that's unanimous. Given that Councillor Eastwood has officially raised that, I'll also raise it, given though that I'm actually further away from Councillor Eastwood, at a distance greater further away, and have absolutely zero chance of any view corridors because the hill that's in between me that Councillor Eastwood didn't have between him. I will make clear to the table that in the past, the only item that, or aspect that we did declare an interest on, and we were not understandably able to participate in the debate, was on the subject of whether Matthew Flinders Drive would be a two-way or a one-way. And there was understandable reason for that because the traffic that would be triggered by virtue of that decision, for example, if it was to be a one-way, it would significantly increase traffic up Gregory Street, which is in the vicinity of where we live. So that's historically where we have removed ourselves from voting. But all other circumstances, we have participated with the support of the table to do so. But I guess to be consistent, I'll now ask the table to consider my ability to stay as well, which I would like to.
I'll ask the same questions of you, Mr Mayor. Are you visible with this land? Can you see the land from where you are? Does it block your view if there were units placed there?
No visibility whatsoever, and probably approximately 300 metres further west.
Yes.
So,
Okay. Thank you.
okay. Those in favour?
You stay in the room?
Let me stand through. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor.
Mr Mayor, I believe I have a conflict. Totally forgot about it. To do with, where is it, 13.5 with the Great Capital Island Arrival Plaza and the tender. I feel a perceived conflict of interest because my brother owns a house on Great Capital Island. So I don't see it being a problem, but I thought best to bring it to the members because as far as I can see, it's only a positive in these things. I'll leave it up to the table.
Question through
Yes,
the Mayor to
Councillor
you, Councillor Watson. How far away, once again, from the arrivals
600
plaza?
metres.
600 metres. So you're down the other side of the Fisherman's
The
Beach,
southern
not...
end of the beach.
Okay.
Councillor
Well, not you,
Watson.
your brother.
Do you have any equity in that property at all?
Nothing.
Councillor Watson?
Yeah, I do. Composting toilet.
Councillor Watson, have we voted on this before and we've decided that you don't have a conflict of interest?
Look, yes and no. It's been all over the place over the last 4 years, and that's why I'm asking this question. Because this one's actually a tender to go ahead with the arrival centre. It's not,
And it's only the arrival centre.
yeah, it's only the arrival centre.
Yep. And Councillor Watson, your preference would be
Same
to
as-
stay if the
Yeah.
table... Okay. Any further questions, Councillor Watson?
I'm a little bit of two minds, Mr Chairman, because it will increase the value of land over there, this arrival, because there are other projects that are going to be associated with that development.
Doesn't worry me if I go.
And whether it's your brother or... No, I understand that. You want to do the right thing. I think it will create an interest factor for tourism in the future. It will increase land on the island, Mr Chairman. I think it's a little bit close to call on this one.
Mr Mayor, if I can ask a question.
Yes, certainly.
Maybe if we can just seek some clarity that if works in a suburb, particularly just say it was Kiwi Bay, works in a suburb increases property value to all the other residents around it, does that pertain then to a conflict of interest because of increase of park gets done up or something like that? Does that clarify, or does that mean that there's a conflict of interest if values go up because of works that may not be close in the vicinity, like we've just voted on with Councillor Eastwood?
I guess, and I'll probably flick to the CEO shortly, but my response to that would be no. Because at what point does that stop? Is it after 600 metres? Is the percentage increase deemed to be 2%, and then after a kilometre it's only 1%? Where do you draw the line? If there's a direct benefit or a direct loss, then understandably that would be where the conflict really becomes apparent. But if it's no more or less than the balance of the community in that area,
Can I ask you a
that's
question?
my understanding. But before we do, Councillor Watson, I'll just let the CEO grab.
Through Mr Mayor, I agree with the Mayor, Councillor Walcott. The statement about the whole community being benefiting. Yeah, I agree with the Mayor.
So
Councillor,
just going to ask Councillor Eastwood, how far is your house from Daniel Park? Just to give us an idea.
I'm not really sure. I did
I mean,
measure
would it be greater than 600 or
when
less?
when I had no AA, I did measure it all, but I'm not really sure. Well, it's further away.
500?
Further, 500, maybe a bit more. No,
Because it'd be a
then you've got to take the dog leg,
Yeah.
probably 600.
Mm.
Yeah.
Similar to your property?
Yeah. Well,
So,
Okay. Are we going to... What have we got outstanding? We've got to vote on
you got to
this
vote on
particular
that.
one. Those in favour of Councillor Watson remaining in the room to participate in the vote. Those against? You are allowed to stay, Councillor Watson.
Thank you.
And I guess one of the benefits too also of the situation with Councillor Watson is his experience on the island is something that probably needs to be taken into consideration as well. Okay, where are we up to? Declarations done. Deputations, number 6. We do have a deputation with us today. I'd like to welcome Paul Bambrick, who will be delivering a deputation on driving on beaches. Paul, we generally try and, I think, have they given you a rundown on the sort of the rules of the game?
Yeah, I've read the
Right.
bylaws and bits and pieces, thanks, the protocols. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll contact, don't tend to be all day, so I've got a couple of minutes. That's all.
15 minutes is what we would normally allow for a deputation, 5 minutes for questions.
Just give it 2 or 3, if that's all right. There's a photo that goes with this. It doesn't need to be there right now. Can you make it bigger? Can we push a button and make it bigger? That's pretty confronting to me, I'm not sure. how other people feel about that. That's actually in Zilsey, so that's not exactly to do with the item of business today. But it's just my deputations are generally speaking about vehicles on the beaches, not necessarily the agenda item. I think it's another one.
Whereabouts is that, Paul?
You can just, well,
Is that the mud flats?
there's yeah, well, it's mud flats now. It used to be a wetland. There's actually, there's houses just off frame over here, and this is sort of Dadson's resorts back this way. So there's a track, there's a road that's been built that goes right past here, that goes ultimately to the beach. A very muddy, chewed up track, dirt track.
Is that a salt pan, is it, Paul?
It's salt pan, yeah. It's, yeah. I don't really need it up there the whole time. It's fairly disturbing. I don't want to disturb anybody, but I find that really very, very sad in lots of ways. And it sort of speaks to what I think is, a lack of respect, basically, for places like this. The reason I actually am here and put this petition out really was that I live in Kilby Bay, I live in Keppel Sands. Motorcycle turned up on our beach a couple of weeks ago, full throttle down the beach, and several residents like on the beach before he'd done a first lap, and they left. Like obviously they saw people coming in and bolted. So to me that speaks to the lack of respect, I guess, for the community and for the nature of that beach, but also speaks to the fact that these people this has been normalised in our community. Like it feels like a normal thing to do. You can just take your trailer down there, hop on a beach, bang, go off. Yeah, that's great. Nobody's going to mind, sort of thing, you know. I think they were quite surprised when people turned up to actually say this is not on. We never actually got to speak to them. They're bothered. The other thing is too, from where I sit in my veranda, I can see motorbikes on Zilsey Beach, which is just the other side of that photo, really, on Timbers Beach, every day. Like they're there yesterday, up there. It's pretty disturbing for me, and probably for other people too. It's illegal, and I know local law's doing a lot of good work on that. But again, it's sort of just taken as normal kind of thing, you know, and I also find it very disrespectful to the community and to the place. And I must make an apology about shoes, sorry. I really, you know, of course there's a dress code. It's just kind of it's not intended to be offensive or make a statement. So thanks for the opportunity to come and speak to you. I know there's a law against driving on the beach, and that Long Beach is today's agenda, so my comment here is generic. It's kind of all beaches matter. They're all natural places. I am the signatories to this petition, which is lying around somewhere, desire all of our beaches to be vehicle free. This is about respect for country, for nature, and for the community and their shared spaces, the community's shared spaces. I'm well aware of the protracted lobbying pressure from interest groups to legalise recreational vehicle use of our beaches, and I'm assuming that is where this agenda item today, and I think other agenda items about access to beaches comes from. But given the misuse on Farnborough, and I've done a lot of work on Farnborough Beach with Greening Australia and with the Green Army, I just can't see how, looking at Farnborough Beach, we can even envisage allowing, and I just can't see how this would be a positive for our community or show respect for our country. I was at the community consultation. I was at the Long Beach consultation a couple of years ago, last year I think it was, and I don't believe it was a fair survey. It felt like a push poll, a sort of a done deal. When at that meeting, people, the locals, were presented with several access options, about 4 I think, none of which they wanted, and they were asked to vote on them, to choose. The audience listened and spoke with respect. They were mostly Islander people, and everybody was very respectful. They're a beautiful, tight community. When someone from the floor stood up and asked directly, a show of hands, of the group who actually wanted vehicle access, and it was unanimously proposed that nobody there wanted any of the options up there. But it didn't appear to me at that meeting that we were talking about no options at all, none of these options. It wasn't sort of blank saying none. So the group unanimously felt that they wanted pedestrian access only. The online survey said the same sort of thing. It was a sort of pro-vehicle access. You know, you could tick a box for this beach and this beach and this beach, but if you wanted to say, I didn't want anybody to drive on any beaches, you had to sort of write something in. And a lot of people, I think, just don't do that sort of thing anyway. But you know, I don't know if we've had the conversation as a community about whether we actually really think it's a good idea for vehicles to be on beaches. And in spruiking this petition, I found even regular long-term users of I spoke to a lot of people, long-term regular users of Farnborough Beach, including a local surfboard manufacturer, which remain nameless, agree that vehicle access is destructive and unnecessary and should be prohibited. So even on the beach they've been driving on for years and years and years, they've seen the damage and they don't know, what to do about it. And it's parts of Lower Zilsey, the photo, a case study of what can go wrong on a beach. Since I've been doing this, I've talked to a lot of people. There's been a four-wheel drive rollover a couple of years back. Someone was killed. A kid's leg was amputated in another motorcycle accident, I think, and there's been another young kid that's had permanent brain damage from. They don't wear helmets, they're just up and down the beach. Things happen. Who gains by legalising this access? And is it our community? Does our community gain? Future generations, do they gain? Beaches aren't deserts. Beaches are adjacent wetlands are special places for humans and for nature, living biofilters for groundwater. It's our interface with the GBR, the Great Barrier Reef. And there's stopovers for migratory birds protected by Australia under international protocols. And there's a lot of these Ramsar wetlands around here. Those cute little dotterels and Siberian terns you see on the beach, they've flown here from Siberia, and there's birds falling out of the sky now. There's mutton birds. I heard a report about mutton birds falling out of the sky and getting in Macquarie Island to nest because there's nothing to eat along the way. They can't. The landscape has changed so much from development and that they've no energy. They're crash landing into the nesting site. So there's something wrong with, and these are the traditional commons. These places are commons owned by no one and everyone in stewardship. And there is solace in nature, an established link between environmental well-being and societal well-being. Multiple local surveys have shown that vital connection to nature is integral to why people live here. And that's sort of, in Zilsey you see that as well. I mean, it attracts the landscape, but there's a lot of antisocial behaviour in this part of the world as well. Like the two are kind of linked, really. You look after country, you look after yourself, you look after yourself, you look after country, kind of two-way street. So legalising this destructive and disrespectful vehicle access to appease a vocal minority would harm current and future residents and make Australia avoid headlines for all the wrong reasons, probably. Can you just put the photo up again, please? Just, if this was in this isn't a suburb, it's not in Whoop. This is a suburb, that's people's fun zone in the suburb, it's kind of really telling about how people feel about the place they live in, what's where. And there's, you wouldn't, and the people who want to drive on the beach as well, I've got to say, we've kind of normalised it, but it's not mums and dads who are doing this, it's not people going for a Sunday drive on the beach and doing 40 k's an hour. This is a whole different cohort of people, and that's, if you legalise it, then you're going to get a massive influx of these people here from all across the world, all across Western, our Western regions.
Paul, could you just describe to us what you're seeing here? And are they motorbike tracks? Is that what you're
saying? There's motorbikes and cars. That's an old gearbox or something. There's a bit of rubbish lying around, so there's a bit of fire stuff as well. And there's a track. There's a track in, and I was really quite surprised. I couldn't work out where it was. Don't spend a lot of time in Zilsey. But yeah, the suburb sort of curls around over here, and I think this is Zilsey cove or something on the there's a hill over there, quite beautiful hill that's not been developed, thankfully. There's pockets of national park, I think, here as well, at this end, I think, or reserve at least. Yeah, and there's quite a few of these sort of areas. In fact, in back of the current access to Long Beach in Joscalee looks a bit like that, really. Only it's got a lot of wood in it because people have got so bogged. It's full of like flitches and old sleepers and pieces of wood. It's disgusting, really. It's not a good idea. And you know, the idea of the local meeting wanted to see that just cleared up. You know, they just wanted to see it revegetated and a walking track so they could just get to the beach because you can't even walk through it. And this is kind of the equivalent, really. I mean, it looks disgusting here, but you've only got to walk over the hill on Farnborough Beach. You've only got to walk to the top of the dune, and that's what you're seeing. There's no wetland there, but really, it's just acres and acres and acres of just trashed, vegetation, dual vegetation. It's full of weeds. This place is full of weeds. You know, there's all sorts of. Just around the corner here's just a forest of giant rat's tail grass. You know, the suburb is like a bomb zone. I'm getting off the point a little bit, I guess, but you know, this wouldn't happen. You know, in a sort of wealthy suburb where people looked after each other and they're empowered to sort of make decisions. And I feel sorry for the kids really because this is what there is to do in Zills. I think it was sort of a bad planning exercise, really. You know, failed resort. We've got lots of failed resorts, I guess. Anyway, that's me. Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you, Paul.
Through the chair, I have
Councillor.
a question. Thank you for showing us those incursions. My question is in relation to your petition as the a principal petitioner. You're not against Farnborough Beach because you understand that is a gazetted road. You're just not wanting to open up other beaches. Is
I
that
just
correct?
thought that was a step too far, a battle we couldn't really win in this community. But and you'd go, okay, we won't open up another beach until we get that one right. You know, there's problems with that one. There's obviously an educational issue. There's a community ownership issue. There's all sorts of issues on that beach. But let's just get that one right because it's still a disaster area. But let's, sort of move towards, engaging the community to actually restore that place even, landowners and the community, and then see how we go, but you're not open up anymore because there's just not that. It's just terrible. So, no, so I would, and it was interesting because like I say, long-term users of that beach, Pat, you know what it's like up there. Like there's places where we used to drive up the back. We used to drive up through Osaki's. It was a half decent road. It was, I think, a gazetted road for the public use. I'm not sure what the tenure was. And we even built a car park at the end of it so that you wouldn't drive on the beach. And the surfing community got that. They thought that was pretty good. So I think, and this is what I think there's a lot of the long-term users saying, we don't want this stuff anymore. We've seen enough. We've seen the damage. We've seen the doughies. We've seen what, it's quite how dangerous it is for pedestrians and the bird life and for the national park and stuff. So yeah, there's a I think the mood of the community has kind of changed a little bit. Like there's been deaths. There's been a lot of carnage on the beaches, and I think a lot of people and populations are growing. The four-wheel drive population is growing exponentially, and they're getting bigger. So I think there's probably a feeling in the community that it's not working. It's enough.
Thank you.
So we'll see about Farnborough Beach.
Any further questions,
Mr. Chairman.
councillors?
Paul, do you envisage there are any beaches south of Farnborough which would lend themselves to driving on the beach to launch a boat?
Oh, look,
that's what people want in many cases.
Yeah. Well, and look, if you write a petition, I don't know how petitions work in the rest of the world, but if you write a petition with more than 2 lines on it, the writing gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So you have to be very, very careful about what you write. So I got Farnborough Beach in, but if I tried to put in a bit about, because obviously, people launch boats on beaches everywhere.
You can't send everybody to Farnborough, that's what I'm saying.
No. So there's all the designated beaches. You've got 50 metres access either side. You can go there for the purpose of launching a boat, and then you're out of there. So, and everything else is illegal. You know, that's the law as it stands at the moment. There's lots of boat launching places around the place, and so no, that doesn't. Yeah, I don't see that as a conflict at all. I think that's actually perfectly reasonable. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, we might.
Just through to, how many people launch their boats?
On what particular beach?
Well, I just remember former meetings where you've mentioned that it could be 1 a year, 3 a year.
Certainly with Amanda Beach, maybe 3 or 4 a year. And even Malumba Beach now, it's minimal, probably maybe 5 or 6 a year. So we do provide the boat ramps, but predominantly I suppose we've provided better services now, the likes at the harbour, the likes at Kiwi Bay, where people, you know, it's easier and safer to launch and retrieve their vessels through there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? If not, we'll wrap it up and thank Paul for his deputation. And we're going to, is there a recommendation there to receive
Received, yeah.
the recommendation?
I'll
Councillor
I'll second
Friend is
that.
going to move. Councillor May had just got in time to second it.
Yep.
No need for debate. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Okay, that takes us on to item 7, business outstanding table. Councillors, if you can turn your mind to that.
Business arising first, Mr Chairman.
Business arising or outstanding from previous meetings.
Yes. I just want to bring the table's attention to a minute from the previous meeting where we have an application for a permit to occupy, and it hasn't come back to the table, and we haven't given it any timetable to come back, and it's past its due by date. And I would just like to bring that to the officer's attention, because we don't want this one predicated on the one next door, and that's what I'm concerned about. Because this one seems to have been put into the slow lane while we're dealing with the one next door, which
Okay.
obviously is a concern to me. So if you can bring that to the officer's attention, please.
And which one in particular? Councillor?
That's the one, the permit to occupy Flood Road at Yamba.
Okay, have we got an update on that particular one that's we feel
I
is relevant?
raised it earlier.
Can we
when
deal
had
with
it.
that operation after the meeting, perhaps? Yep. Councillor May, are you satisfied with that? If you get
Yes,
information?
we just need to deal with it and to acknowledge that it's past its use by date, and we're waiting on that one because the other one next door is also in the pipeline. And that's my concern. One doesn't relate to the other.
Okay, well, if
I
you're
just wanted to
concerned,
bring it
I'm
to
a little
the-
bit concerned. So could we maybe get some clarity just on that?
Talk to it.
Thank you, Michael.
Mr. Mayor, can we just clarify what number that might be?
That's
It's not on there.
It's not on the agenda.
13.4 of the minutes, the previous minutes of the 17th of June, page 16.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. In the last ordinary meeting, there was a council officer report for a permit to occupy for a property off Flood Road. The officer's recommendation was to object to the permit to occupy. One of the reasons was that there was an application afoot from an adjoining property owner. Councillor Friend raised the comment that how can council make a decision at the table without knowing about that development application. So there was a procedural motion in the last meeting to lay the matter on the table pending further information on the development application and to come back to a later meeting. So the development assessment team have that application in hand and they're assessing that. Staff from my team and staff from the development team will work together to make sure that both issues come back to the table at the same time, so it can be fully discussed in the context of both issues.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mr Chairman. Thank you, Michael. The Flood Road one, the permit to occupy one, that has been ready for 30 days. It's been ready to go while you're waiting on the other one. And my concern is that one shouldn't be penalised because of the other one coming on board. That's what I'm saying. So, but I'm happy to wait until it comes back to the table,
Okay.
Mr Mayor.
You're happy to wait? That's good. We'll move.
Just be mindful of that, because I feel that the report didn't really reflect what was happening there.
Thank you, Michael, but importantly, neither of those items are being debated today.
No, it's not. They're minutes over from business outstanding from last meeting.
Yeah, okay, but neither have been dealt with today.
No, they're not today. That's business arising from last meeting that
Yeah.
needed to be followed through because it gave no date as to when it was to come back. And it's already overdue.
Right.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
you may be waiting on the other ones.
Shouldn't have to. That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't have to. But anyway, we'll wait.
We'll wait,
Thank you, Mr.
okay.
Mayor.
We'll wait. Right, any further matters with business arising or outstanding? No. Do we have a mover? Councillor Walcon, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Rothery. Thank you very much. There's a need for debate.
Now, just so I'm saying, Mr. Mayor, it's important to realise that while we go through these earlier in the day and have a chat about them, the people don't know what we're talking about. And I think that's a mistake that we make. I'd like to think that we could change that, because when we're asking questions about some of the things that are outstanding, people like to know what we're talking about and where those things sit in the pipeline. So I'd like to think that we'd look down the road a little bit and make sure that any questions that we have to ask or wish to ask on these items, the people can actually hear what we're talking about.
Well, Councillor Mather, we would always encourage
We will
councillors.
encourage it, but what we've done, we've negated it by doing what we've done today.
Yep, councillors are always welcome and encouraged to ask questions if they feel it's going to provide greater clarity in the public realm. So we'd always encourage councillors to do so.
It would just be repeating it, what we've done this morning, that's all.
But if the councillors felt it was valuable and worthy for their community to know, it would be very much encouraged to bring that to the table. Okay, so we've got a move of Councillor Walcon, seconded Councillor Rothery. No need for debate. We'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Thank you. That's unanimous there as well. That takes us on to 9.1, which was, I believe, the item that... there's no petitions there, I should say, firstly. Actually, we had a petition from Mr Bandrick, but that was really the deputation. Did we receive that petition
Last
the
month.
previous time?
We did last
Thank
month.
you. Thank you. So 9.1, Councillor Friend.
Mr Mayor, as I said earlier, this managed to end up in the agenda. My email to withdraw it was too late. I understand we have an officer here in relation to this, just to let us know why perhaps it needs to be withdrawn. So
Okay.
therefore I'm not declaring a conflict because I won't be voting on it.
Understand that. So that brings Roy to the table. Thank you, Roy.
Thank you, Matt. So in relation to, council currently has the ability to issue parking permits in relation to community organisations. That is an application which appears in the exemptions on the council fees and charges. So, yes, they can make the application through the fees and charges, which would be exempt, so there would be no fee. And the organisation that you mentioned, I've already contacted them and sent them the application forms, and they are in the process of submitting the application. So we
Lovely.
can just do it through local laws.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I formally withdraw that notice of motion.
Thank you very much. I don't think there's any need to validate that.
No.
So we'll now move on to 9.2, notice of motion, Councillor Rhodes. Councillor Watson.
Mayor, earlier in the day we decided, simply because of our new members and councillors, it would be best we lay it on the table, and I don't feel there's any need for any more debate other than we just vote to bring it to a briefing.
Mr Mayor, just to clarify, and thank you Councillor Watson, we didn't decide, we discussed and asked some questions,
Yeah.
and then that's how we,
Yeah.
yes. So does it need to have a mover and a seconder before it's a procedural motion?
No, it just needs the procedural mood. However, it is important to clarify why the procedural is put forward and the intention or the purpose of it. So,
It's simply education for the new councillors, so they have the full knowledge of the history of this project.
okay, so that's on the basis that in the current form, there probably is lacking in detail the lengthy history of the Daniel Park site. So, Councillor Watson, you're seeking...
I'm just seeking that we lay it on the table pending a briefing.
Yep.
So we can talk about it more.
Okay. there we have councillors. There's no debate on procedural, so we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Councillor Mather.
Because I think that needed to be known before we put it on the table, Mr Mayor. It was so it was deficient.
With all due respect, Councillor Mather,
That's why I voted against it, Mr Mayor.
we did identify that. That was clear. But beyond that, there's no debate on procedural motions, and it is clear as to why it's being laid on the table to go to a workshop to allow for more information to be shared before coming back, where there'll be a much more informed decision. Okay, that motion's carried. Notice of motion 9.3, Mayor Adam Bello, Strategic Development Consultant. Councillors, before I move from here, it is pleasing to have qualified and clarified that the previous two motions that were passed in relation to this subject were lawful. They are lawful. That has been validated by the Department of Local Government and King and Company lawyers that have qualified that action by the councillors previously has been lawful. And Mr CEO, that'd be something that you could validate, so that's just not my words.
Through Mr Mayor, yes, it's a little bit immaterial because once that period has passed, the information required under 235B of the Act in pertaining for the person having the experience and the internal knowledge for the projects that they've worked on is what is in the recommendation today, which myself and staff got legal advice off King & Co on Friday. It turned up on Monday. It was quite lengthy legal advice, and basically the legal advice said that 235B, which is what the council's decided today, was legal.
Okay, so with that established, which was very encouraging and pleasing to hear, however, I've made the determination that I'll not be proceeding with the motion today. I'll be withdrawing it at this juncture in time on the basis that I am comfortable and optimistic that tomorrow the sun will come up, and so too will the confidence in the performance of this council, and I'm prepared though at this stage there to not proceed with the motion, so I'll be withdrawing and moving straight to item 9.4, notice of motion. Councillor Glenda Mader. Over to you, Councillor Mader.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, for the sake of the public's understanding, I'll just read out what the notice is all about. It's an intention to move this following motion, given the members' appreciation of where it's come from, that the words pet crematorium be added to the list of land use definitions in Council's planning scheme, alongside the existing and only current definition, crematorium, to clearly distinguish the vast difference between the two, where each requires its own process. I need a second to Mr Mayor before I can proceed.
So you're seeking to move that motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Okay, well,
Mr
Councillor.
Mayor, I would like to ask a question.
Yep, certainly.
In relation to clearly distinguish the vast difference between the two, where each requires its own process. Can we have someone from planning come up? Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. What is the vast difference between the two processes, being a human crematorium and perhaps a pet crematorium?
Through the Chair. The difference between the two will be the size and the scale of the particular facility. So a human crematorium is much larger cremator than a pet crematorium, which traditionally will have cats and dogs and so forth, so there's clearly a size difference. In terms of the question you've asked about whether the Council Mather has asked about its own definition as a pet crematorium, the state actually sets the definitions in the scheme for land uses. So for us to then go and potentially set a separate land use as a pet crematorium would actually be stepping outside of that process. To achieve what you want to achieve, councillor, it would be better off actually addressing those issues in the tables of assessment within the planning scheme, as opposed to trying to set up a separate definition.
Well, Mr Chairman, because I don't have a seconder, I can't accept...
Councillor Maynard, Councillor Friend, does that
Because
satisfy
I'd question the
does
officer.
that satisfy your question, Councillor Friend?
Well, it kind of does, but just by adding a definition of pet crematorium, is that some sort of a planning change, an amendment, or what?
It would be a planning change and amendment. However, I don't think that that would actually pass the state interest check. Because the state interest check requires us to have our land use definitions in line with the state land use definitions. We would be then adding a new one or a different one altogether.
And so what you're saying, just to continue with my question, what you're saying is the state does not have a definition for a pet crematorium. They lump them all in together.
Yes.
Right.
There's effectively a crematorium is a crematorium, whether it's humans or cats or dogs.
It's not. It's not.
Okay,
Sorry.
Councillor Maynard, if I could just...
I'd like clear information, Mr Chairman, because it's not true.
Councillor Maynard, I'm happy to second the motion to allow you a chance to speak to
Thank
it
you.
and provide whatever information you think is relevant. But I would ask you,
Sorry, Greg.
making statements of not true, if I could get you to retract that, please, that would be...
Well, Mr
appreciated.
Chairman, thank you for seconding the motion. It
Yep.
does need to be explained.
But Councillor Maynard, saying it's not true, you may disagree
They're not
with...
the same, Mr Mayor. They're not the same. I've had it from 4 different
Yep.
councils.
Councillor Maynard, what I'm asking though is the statement to say it's not true. You could disagree with the opinion, but if I could just ask you to retract the statement that it's not true
Well,
until we qualify that, and then we can proceed. I'm happy to
let's
second the motion.
qualify it first, and then we can decide. Because you don't take a pet to the crematorium, to the East Chapel, and you don't take a human remain to a pet crematorium. They're different machinery, they're different processes, there are different points of law. Animals, when they're interred, they're classed as general waste, and they put in a plastic bag and they're taken to the tip. You do not do that with humans. There are whole new sets of laws and processes.
Councillor Maynard, I'm trying to provide a pathway to allow the debate to happen.
Mhm.
But I'm just asking that we could do it in a way that's respectful of virtue of making a statement to the office that it's not true. I don't think those statements are consistent with our standing orders, so that's really what I'm trying to establish.
Mr Chairman, I stand by my ground because I believe
Yep.
that
You have a
the
different
officer
opinion.
is not true. I
Well,
believe
you have a different
with all
opinion.
honesty, he means what he says, and I believe that.
Yep.
Okay, but I've been speaking to with councils, planning departments in 4 different parts of the state, and that's what. Why is it that we have? This is part of my debate. Why is it that we've already had approval for 2 pet crematoriums in the Shire?
Okay, well, we'll take that as a question and we'll see if we can get an answer on that, because that may help reveal some more clarity. If I could just
Well, I don't
remind you...
have a problem with that.
Back to the CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the officer commentary says that it's suggested that council seek, that if agreed, it is suggested that council seek an amendment with the mover such that officers can provide a report to the council that encapsulates all issues, including legal. At the moment, with the greatest respect, our manager is speaking off the cuff.
Yep.
It would be much more fair to the manager to be able to provide a report which details everything. It'd be also more fair on yourself, councillor, because she'll be able to have what the manager's referring to, and you'd be able to check it as well, because it would be a public report. So my suggestion is that council receive a report that includes every issue in it, including should council want pet crematoriums included somehow, what the avenues are for council to advocate for doing that at a higher level if we're thwarted because of state legislation, no different than what we did with the Building Code of Australia, going to the National General Convention and asking them to change the BCA. If there's a problem with the planning and we need to go to the Queensland Government and advocate for it, that would be the opportunity to do it with a council resolution that gave staff the mandate to do so.
So-
Mayor,
Okay.
if I could just,
Go to Councillor Eastwood, yep,
Well,
then to
just-
Councillor
if
Friend.
I could just say something, I think that's one of the problems with notice of motions like this, which are asking to make a decision based on no input from officers and little time to give it. It would be better to actually maybe do a questions on notice or actually bring it out in a much friendlier manner that gives our officers much more time to come to the table with that background information already established.
Okay, Councillor Friend.
Mr Mayor, I make a procedural motion to lay this on the table to come back to a briefing or workshop with further information.
Okay, we have a procedural motion which is within our standing orders to allow that to happen. No debate, so we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, Councillor Maida, for your work. Thank you, Councillor Friend and councillors. That's unanimous there, and we shall move forward to questions on notice. Councillor Rhodes Watson, East West Connector.
That's just questions on
Sorry?
notice.
Sorry. I'm looking at the agenda there, and that's what it's saying on mine.
Yeah, hang on.
10.1.
10.1.
Yeah.
I'll second, Mr Mayor.
Okay, well, let him move it first, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't know what's going
I
on.
thought
That's-
you did, sorry.
No, my screen locked.
10.1.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, look, basically I'm just asking for some questions, so do we need any debate? Do we have any questions? I mean,
Well, you've moved.
well, I've asked the questions and they're here, so
Just received.
I take it we just receive it and
Received and notes the answers.
go on from there. It's a matter of just voting to receive it.
There we go. You're moving that.
Yeah, I'm happy to move that.
Move that. And Councillor Friend, you're seconding.
Yes.
Is there any debate from Council Laws? Any further speaking for?
Don't need to.
We'll put that to the vote. Those in favour, receive the questions. Thank you, Councillor. And those against? That was unanimous. Thank you. Takes us on to 10.2, questions on notice. Councillor Friend, a code accessible development, James Street, Coombe. Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I'll move this. The owners of the properties along the boundary of 33 James Street have been in contact with me to request why this application is classified as code and not impact. So I'm just requesting these answers formally so that the public may gain an understanding in relation to the classification of code, which means no public notification required, and impact where public notification is required for development applications. And I understand that this is keeping with the intentions of the LSC planning scheme and that this is what makes it code accessible. However, I wish to gain, and I'm sure that there are a number of people affected by a future development which has not come to the table as yet, wish to gain further knowledge on the specifics in relation to why it's code for acceptable and performance-based outcomes. So what makes it this particular development code and what, as opposed to other perhaps commercial developments that are impact. So I've asked those questions. I understand that the officers will bring that back to a future council meeting. So we're just accepting those questions.
Okay, there we go. So let's move Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Watson.
No, Mr Chairman, hang on. What are you doing with it?
We have Councillor Friend moving that the questions on notice be received.
And answers? Yes.
Well, no, the resolution says questions on notice be received.
And the answers will come back at a future council meeting, we were advised.
Okay, no, that's okay. I was going to suggest that if you've got the zonings up on the screen in that particular section, you can actually see how many blocks of land
We could,
in that
Councillor
vicinity.
Maida, but it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We've got a long agenda. The motion's clear that it's looking for receiving the questions and answers will be provided at a later
We'll just
stage
see
with more detail.
how many blocks will be affected.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
You will
Well-
be identifying with that. That's fine.
Yep. Okay, any need for debate, Councillor Friend?
No, thank you.
Anyone speaking against? No. Thank you, Councillor Maida, for your observations. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously as well. Takes us over to page 12.1, Audit Risk and Improvement Committee Reports.
I'll move that, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Eastwood's moving that. We've got a seconder there in Councillor Walk-on, and I believe we're going to get an officer, Andrea Ellis, acting in that role to provide some summary around that. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Mayor. This is just one of the tasks from the previous role as in a couple of weeks ago. So this is the presentation of the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting minutes from the 10th of June 2025. So the detailed minutes are available to Council, but we do have the summary of the various things that were discussed at that particular meeting. It's important to note that this also was at the end of a strategic planning workshop with the Audit and Risk Improvement Committee. So there are a number of items that are later in the agenda that will also have a separate, and in addition to this report as well, that Catherine will be coming along and presenting. I'm happy to take any questions on the meeting or the report itself.
Okay. Councillors, any further or any questions at this point?
If I can ask a question, Mr. Mayor. As part of this report was going to be discussing a confidential agenda.
I'm not aware, but if there is a confidential section...
We just leave the minutes in as a confidential attachment, so I think that's what's been wrapped up in the confidential agenda component of this.
Okay.
There are a number of references to internal controls,
Sure.
things around cybersecurity that we would not want made publicly available, that would put council at risk.
Understand, right. So we're not discussing it further outside of this scope right now? It's not a...
If there are some of those types of things that you would like to discuss, I'm more than happy to stay in closed session to talk about those particular items. But if you have specific questions on any one of the reports, I can either answer it or defer it to the closed session.
Yeah, no, that's all good.
Okay.
There's no specific question, but I get you. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. Okay, Councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to that at all?
There's no need, Mr. Mayor. I think we're just receiving that. Yes.
You're on the committee, aren't you?
Anyone speaking against?
At the moment, no.
Nobody's speaking against. Councillor Mader, did you want to qualify something? Or?
No, I just said the councillor Eastwood was on the committee.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we shall go to those in favour. That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. That takes us to our reports. Thank you, Andrea. 13.1, change of council meeting start time. I believe perhaps the CEO, did you want to solicit all?
Yes, councillors tried the 1 PM start. I've had a request for the trial to be put to the council, so they want to go to 11 AM. There was a close debate last time. So yes, if council wants to go to 11 AM, they tell me to go to 11 AM. If they want to stay at 1, they stay at 1. It's up to the council to decide what they want to do with their meeting.
Yeah, I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Okay, we've got a mover in Councillor Friends, second in... Sorry, who was that?
I thought you wake up.
Which way did you vote last? Just trying to move on.
I'll chat to you about that.
Okay, right. So, second of Councillor Rothery. Any need for debate?
Well, Mr.
Councillors?
Chairman, go on.
Yep. Councillor Watson.
I still think we should keep it at 1 o'clock. We're going to start at 11, we're going to go to 12, and then we're going to have lunch, then we're going to start again. Waste of time.
Okay.
I really think give us the time in the morning to have these extra chats that we have missed in the past, and it's very useful, as in was this morning. We might have got it all done early this morning, but there's times when you do need more time, I believe. And yeah, I'm sure we'll get through this today. So I'm happy to stay with 1 o'clock.
You're speaking against? Okay. Yep. Recorders against. Anyone speaking for?
I'll speak for, Mr. Mayor, seeing that I've moved it. At this point, I was all for 1 o'clock. In internal discussions and not debate, no decisions were made. I thought that bringing it forward by 2 hours would be suitable. We still have from 9 AM to about 10:30 for questions, and to bring this forward, lunchtimes can actually change. So it just gives us more time for large agendas on any given meeting day.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any further speakers against?
I'm against, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
it's all right if you live in the street, in the town street and the curtilage, but if you're living a distance away, and I do, I can't do a day's work before, and I can't do anything in the afternoon. And you won't know what a big agenda is yet until you really find one, and you wonder how you'll get it all done in one day, unless you want to come back.
You're speaking
That's
for,
what happens. I'm against it, Mr.
Against the change?
Yes.
Back to 11?
I think we should start at 9. That's when you're fresh.
Oh,
That's when you
okay.
make the best decisions.
Yep.
Because what we're virtually doing, we're having a meeting before the meeting, and we've got a gap in the middle. What a waste of time. We've spun this over a few times, and we don't really know what we want. We're just trialling, and we really don't know what we want because you've never really been tested.
Well, okay,
That's what I think.
You've
9
concluded.
o'clock, you're fresh. You can get if you finish early, great. You can go and do something else in the afternoon. But at 11 o'clock, you can't do anything either side. I'd be wasting my time.
thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone further speaking for the
I'll
11
speak for
o'clock
there, Mr. Mayor.
proposal?
I did vote for the 1 o'clock start, but you know, you've got to trial and error these things. There wasn't too much of a trial though, being 1 o'clock. We had one meeting, but you know, given last time, also I suppose given today, I always think that with a short amount of time, more efficiency is better. And we I suppose in council, that's the big word we like in council is efficiencies. And so if we can be more efficient with our time, just as councillors at the table, I'm always for that. So I'm voting to keep the meeting short, sharp, and on focus, and let's try and talk about stuff that I need to.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Walker. Anyone further speaking against?
I'll speak against, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Eastwood.
On the danger of telling the novices that I told you so.
Are you speaking for?
No, I am. I'm actually speaking
You want to
for
start
it.
one?
I've actually found the 1 o'clock starts like Councillor Walker on. So far,
Councillor Walker.
Councillor Watson, but they've been refreshingly different in that we can deal with some agenda items, or not agenda items, we can speak about them prior to the meeting. And I could reevaluate that further down the track, but I'm happy with that.
Okay. I'm somewhat confused who's at what time, but I'm sure it'll pay up the watch. Any further speakers for? No? Okay, I'll put in my 2 bobs. I'm probably along the lines of Councillor Main that 9 a.m. is a great time to start the meeting. I think I probably spent 10 years doing that. We tried 1 o'clock. Not convinced it's when you bring your best, cognitive qualities to a board meeting at 1 o'clock. But I am supportive of the 11 a.m. change. I think it's heading back into the right direction, and perhaps further down the track, who knows, it may end up back at 9 o'clock. But at this point, I think it's heading in the right direction. So, on that case, I'll be supporting the change at 11. Any further, Councillor Friend, did you want to wrap up debate? You've moved.
No, Mr. Mayor, I don't need to wrap the debate up. However, is it well worth considering a foreshadowed motion? If this is not accepted at 11 a.m, then it reverts to 1 p.m.
That's true.
But if others want it at 9 a.m, is it worth considering a foreshadowed motion?
Well, we can. I mean, Councillor Main has flagged that she wants it at 9 a.m. I guess we could take it that's potentially a foreshadowed motion at 9 a.m.
I didn't foreshadow, Mr. Chairman.
No, you
You're just going to make another mistake. That's what I don't want to, trying to avoid it.
I agree. How about we test this one first to see if it gets up? And if it doesn't, it'll be starting at 1 o'clock for the time being until at a later date.
Yeah, no.
Okay, we'll put it to the vote. Those in favour of changing to 11 a.m. We have a decision. Well done. That is a wrap. Thank you for that. Yep.
That was a good one.
Lucy.
I was going to say something, but I thought I don't want to say I was wrong.
I told you were.
Okay. Multi-stage. Okay, that takes us on to, we've got 13.2 is it, I believe, nomination for special public holiday Yeppoon show. We have a recommendation up there. The date of the show is nominated as Friday 12th of June. Is there any debate at all, councillors, on
Question,
this?
Mr Mayor.
Question from
A couple of
councillor.
years ago, we set a date and then Rocky changed it. Have we heard anything from Rockhampton?
Good question.
Bring it back and go again for it.
I think there was something mentioned earlier.
Yes, their report's going to next week's meeting, but they're proposing Thursday the 11th of June, and they don't believe it should be changing at this stage.
Okay. So Friday, 12th of June is what's flagged. Do we have a mover for that there?
I'll move that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Walker, seconded Councillor Rotherby. Are there need for debate?
Just an observation, Mr Mayor.
I'll come back to you, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Maida.
The only thing that's been debated more than the holiday, show holiday, is the starting time.
True.
That one's as bad as the other.
Yep.
As far
Comes
as
up
the
every
vote is.
year. Pardon me. Okay. Councillor Rotherby, I think you can...
I think this is my first time voting on this. Is this something that's done yearly, is it?
Yes.
And how come, I understand the Rocky Show, and Rocky Show used to be a 4-day, but now it's down to 3. The Yeppoon Show's 2 days. Why it's the weekend?
Saturday.
The Saturday.
Saturday.
Yeah, it's Saturday and Sunday. How come we don't have it like the one for the, like have the show the Friday, Saturday and have it for Yeppoon? Instead of, why is it in Rocky? Is there a reason for that? I'm not
Because it's the
sure.
major show.
I understand that, and I understand but what if they go back to Saturday, Sunday, then we just change it when it comes to that? Then it could come here? Like, I'm not sure, is it set in stone hours? Is it always the Saturday, Sunday? Is there a chance of changing that to a Friday, Saturday, and the Friday for the Yeppoon show is the Yeppoon holiday, not Rockhampton? That's all. Just inquiring why.
And it comes up every year, and every year I get confused as to why we have to do it over and over again. But one that Molly's looking at me as if she would like to contribute, so that would be good.
If that's okay,
That would
Mayor.
be fantastic.
The allocation of a holiday is dependent on the size and scope of the show. So Yeppoon show isn't eligible for a public holiday, which is why we can't do it in association with Yeppoon show. Rockhampton Regional is large enough and covers a regional area that qualifies it for a public holiday. And we, as part of the broader region, are able to determine what day that holiday is for us.
Yep.
But because of the Yeppoon show's size, it doesn't meet the threshold for its own holiday. So the holiday has to be associated with the Rocky show.
Okay. No.
The only thing I'd suggest through the chair is that we have the same public holiday as Rockhampton to allow for parents who work in Rockhampton but then have to have the day off the next one because the kids aren't at school and all that sort of thing. It's the only thing I think that we should be doing is aligning ourselves with the same day as Rocky, so that parents who have to work one day and then the next day off and can't take the kids to the show anyway.
Perhaps the only feedback I'll give on that is previously we did survey the community as of Livingstone Shire, which day did they prefer?
Yeah.
Was it the Thursday or Friday? And my understanding the Friday was 88% or can't remember the exact statistic, but it was well and truly that Friday was the preferred date, probably irrespective of what day Rockhampton does theirs. Don't know if that's changed, but at this point we've got Friday the 12th of June nominated. We're going to go to the vote. Those in favour? That's those against? Unanimous. Thank you. Councillors, okay, 13.3, 2025 Australian Mayor's Summit Against Anti-Semitism.
I've got to go to the toilet.
Okay, no worries. Mr. CEO, did you want to provide some context at all to this? Or?
Yes, through Mr. Mayor, this event is actually a sponsored event, and all councillors were sent invitations to attend, and two of our councillors, including yourself and the Deputy Mayor, will be down there for another event just prior to that, so it's opportunistic to attend, particularly seeing that it's not funded by anyone in Livingstone.
Right, so it's clear that it's not funded by the ratepayer?
No.
It's fully funded by the summit organisers?
Hence, which is why it's only got incidentals on on page 64 because all the other costs are covered.
Okay, so the recommendation there, for council to endorse that. We have a mover and a seconder for that.
Oh, move it.
Okay, it's moved Councillor Walk-on, seconded Councillor Rothery. Anyone want to speak to that? Or
I just think, yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just think it's a good idea to just to be prepared for, you know, this if this happens into our community. It's always good to be ready than it is for events to happen and then try and figure your way through it all. I think preparation's a pretty good thing to do, and to be able to send the mayor and the deputy mayor down to this, all expenses paid. I think it's a bit of a win. So that's the reason I'm voting for it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, anyone speaking against? Any further speakers for? I'll just say it'll be a privilege to attend. I thank the organisers for funding mayors from around Australia. I think they hold in different countries each year. In saying that though, I'm often amused almost at some of the southern councils in Victoria and some of them that seem to focus on everything other than roads, rates and rubbish. It just seems that way at times. Our focus here is on, my focus is certainly on roads, rates and rubbish and delivering for the Livingstone Shire community. But I don't think there's any harm in attending this at all as an extra sort of curricular activity that is funded by the entity. So I'm humbled to be able to go along. So,
Mr. Chairman, just a word. I thought it was a good idea because there's an old saying that evil flourishes when good men do nothing. We've got a lot of good men out there and there's a lot of victims out there. And I think if we don't stand up as a community, like an Australian community, and say, no, we're not going to tolerate this, we're part of the problem. So what we've got, I wrote and thanked them for the invitation and gave them my in-principle support for what they're trying to do. And I got a very nice little letter back, actually. So I'm glad you fellas are going. Okay?
thank you, Councillor Mather.
Mr. Mayor, I will speak to
Yes, Councillor Rees.
And just to let the table know that this isn't just a conference against anti-Semitism, it's against anti-Semitism and racism. So it's really, really important. In 2010, I made a mistake and thought I was going to see a monument in a town I'd never actually heard of, a place called Dachau. And I went in and I found myself in the midst of what was a Nazi concentration camp. And to say that it didn't open my eyes, and to be real, I'm in my early 60s, and so the World War II had only finished, 25 years, I suppose, before, and doing school reports on this sort of stuff. And my son was with me, who really didn't have much of an appreciation of the type of not only racism, atrocities that occurred at that time. And I think we should do everything we can to make sure that that sort of evil, in any form of racism, any sort of intolerance, has got no place in this country. And it's really, really important that we make sure that we go and get the preparedness that we may or may not need.
Thank you for those words, Councillor Eastwood. Okay, we'll put it to the vote, unless Councillor Walker wanted to wrap up.
No,
you always get the right to wrap up if you move the motion, but you're good. Thank you. Those in favour? No one against, so that's unanimous for those that are here. Thank you. We take us to 13.4, the Yeppoon Senior Citizens Association Relocation. We've got, so the actual motion there is for you. It's in a number of parts, 1 and 2. I'm sure you've crossed that. I'll head over to Katrina and Molly for their commentary on this particular one.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, this one's been around the table, but hopefully we will come to some conclusions today for this particular work we've been doing with the seniors. So as we all know, the TAFE has been sold to MBNA, who will be utilising the facility for a new high school in the region, which is a great outcome for Yeppoon. At the moment, what we are doing is we are going through the relocation of the Yeppoon senior citizens to the town hall. So we were originally looking at the basketball stadium, we then shifted focus onto the Yeppoon town hall, which I think has been a good outcome, simply because I think when summer arrived, I'm not sure that the basketball stadium would have been a great venue. So what we're coming today to resolve is looking at supporting the relocation of the regular activities of the Yeppoon senior citizens to the town hall by facilitating and funding the Yeppoon senior citizens' regular use of the Yeppoon town hall where possible, without charging, without charging or cancelling existing bookings, funding and constructing a music equipment storage cupboard in the town hall foyer, which you'll see we have an update around the costs of that, which are just over 17,000, Molly, correct?
We received quotes between 12,000 and 18,000.
Also funding the relocation and storage of items not required at Town Hall for a period of 1 year, which comes to about over $6,000, and giving permission for the use outside of the Yeppoon Town Hall use terms and conditions. We've also got another resolution there, number 2. Council makes clear that all members of the Yeppoon Senior Citizens Associations are expected to be courteous and respectful towards all council staff and other users of the Yeppoon Town Hall, and that disrespectful or discriminatory behaviour and or language towards staff or community members will no longer be tolerated. Only last week, both the Chief Executive Officer and myself made the decision that we will no longer be taking communication from a number of 2 members in particular from that particular group due to the disrespect, discrimination, culturally insensitive messages and wording that they were providing to staff, which we said will no longer be tolerated. They do not adhere to our code of conduct internally, and we will not have people at an executive level talking to our managers or staff in an inappropriate and discriminatory way. So that has been put to bed. What we are hoping is that moving forward we will have a better relationship with the seniors. We have a very good contact there, and they are working with us to, mend some bridges, both with other community groups, but also with council. But we will no longer be taking the disrespect and racist comments and things like that from the seniors no longer.
Question through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Freeman.
Thank you. So a couple of questions here, because this is a very topical subject here at the moment in relation to the TAFE building that they were situated at for the last 5 years. Am I correct in saying council don't own that building?
Correct.
And it's CQU that own the building?
Correct.
And CQU are selling the building?
Correct.
Okay. So in the last 5 years, I just see a lot of things on social media in relation to council not looking after the seniors.
Including yesterday, Councillor Friend.
Oh dear,
So,
okay.
So I would like to raise, if it's okay, that
Sure.
even yesterday, posts were on Facebook saying that the facility we're providing is not suitable, including not suitable for the music or darts, despite the fact that that's exactly what we're aiming to do. A number of the comments in response were quite critical of council not helping, and the original poster did nothing to dispel that. As you all know, we've been working very hard for 6 months to get the seniors in a comfortable position. The town hall is that comfortable position, and we've done a lot of things that they've asked for. So to see that yesterday, particular for staff that were physically moving items, arranging storage locations, making sure fridges could fit in the kitchen, it was very disheartening for them to see that commentary on Facebook that council isn't helping.
I just want to add to that too. The council staff here, and there's probably been 3 or 4 that have been involved in this in a very significant way over the past, I think, 11 years with this particular group, have gone over and above. We do not provide this service for any other community group. And one of the things that we are trying to do within the Department of Communities is talk about that equity. Equity between community groups, equity between community members as well. So making sure that everyone gets their say and everyone gets the same opportunity to work with this council. And this group is in that same, should be within those same boundaries that we set.
Sure. I'm still going with my line of questioning there in relation to, I see in the report that for the last 5 years it's cost council $500,000, $500,000, so $100,000 each year for 5 years to keep the seniors in the TAFE. What I understand and what I've learnt, and tell me if so it's a question because I want confirmation, is that the TAFE wasn't considered for purchase by council because it has an education covenant over it, and at the time the seniors were an exception to that covenant to help them out. Is that correct?
Correct. We received a letter from CQU which referenced the minister giving an exemption for the seniors to continue to occupy the space despite the education covenant. So that yes, they were given an exception to occupy the TAFE for that period of time.
So am I correct in saying that $500,000 over the last 5 years plus the agreement with the TAFE facility with CQU costs council another on top of that $53,500 to maintain or I don't quite think of the word.
The make good arrangements.
The make good arrangements with
when the lease
TAFE
was over. Comes to about $53,000, which includes repainting of the whole facility and a number of minor repairs.
And then council is also paying an extra on top of that $25,554 to accommodate to make the town hall fit for purpose for them.
Thus far, if the music cupboard is approved, that will be another $12,000 to $17,000 on top of the 25. I will say that at the TAFE, other community groups also made use, so they were not the only tenants during that time. However, they were tenants during that time. They weren't the only groups that used it, but they did have that whole wing and they used it for sure.
And council have not spent close to $600,000 on any other community group over 5 years?
No, not that I know of.
Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors?
Just a quick question. If the seniors are saying that the town hall is not suitable for their music and things like that, is the town hall acoustically, is it a good acoustical building? I mean, what are they looking for? Sydney Opera House? I mean, I'm just trying to understand.
I'm not sure, Councillor Watson, that was a Facebook post yesterday that was anonymously written and also didn't provide any detail as to why it wasn't suitable, except that it wasn't. We've also been consistent in telling the group that we understand their long-term aim is for their own facility, and this is a temporary measure because we don't have that facility to offer at the moment. We've also made it clear to the group that council as an organisation is aiming to provide more multi-use shared spaces, and that may be a part of their future facility. In the meantime, they've been offered the town hall for use until we're able to establish a long-term permanent future for them and many other groups who have the same goals.
Yeah. Thank you. Just got a question for you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Is there storage space available currently for the seniors?
At the town hall?
At the town hall?
Yes, which is one of the things that's outside the typical terms and conditions for use of the town hall. Because the town hall, similar to the community centre, is a shared space, many groups use it. Typically the offering is one small cupboard in the kitchenette that if groups are using it on a regular basis, like the Country Music Club or Keppel Coast Arts, they're able to store some things, non-valuable things because it's not a secure storage place. For the seniors, they've used more than one cupboard, so there's the remaining empty cupboards are now filled by the seniors' equipment, and 2 of their fridges have been installed in the kitchenette, which again isn't typically what we would allow other groups to do.
And in there, we did a bit of a walk-through facility behind the stage, or to the right of the stage, wouldn't be behind the stage, but to the right of it, there's there's obviously an empty room, that's the green room. Beside that is a storage room.
Mhm.
Is there any space in that?
No, because when the big performances come through, so like Choral Society's Shrek is coming up, and they would require both the green room and the storage space for their stage equipment for their performance. So it could be provided, but then it would have to be emptied each time another user required use of that space. And those other users pay to hire those spaces. So the revenue opportunity for council is also important in terms of some of those larger events are really, provide revenue for the use of the town hall. And something like the Singaporean Army performance, every single space of that hall is required when they come to do that performance. So we don't want to offer it as a storage space when it can't be guaranteed as a storage space, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I've got,
Any further questions?
Yeah, I've just got one question. In here, it's got the association, the Yeppoon Senior Citizens Association. It's got between 25 and 40 active members, approximately 0.4% of the residents aged 60 and over. Is that so? Which means there's a lot more seniors out there. There's more than one senior group
Yes.
in Yeppoon?
Yes, more than one across the Shire.
Yeah.
But yes, U3A is a great example.
Yeah.
They meet at the community centre, University of the Third Age. Probus is another example. So U3A has 110 active members.
Yeah.
So they use the community centre 4 days a week.
And do we fund their use of the
As a community group that uses the centre, they don't have to pay,
Yep.
like every other community group that uses the centre.
Yeah. So this is one of quite a few senior groups in the area. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Mr Mayor,
Any further questions?
I just wanted to flag, Mr Mayor, if the motion doesn't get up, I've got a foreshadowed motion. If the officer's recommendation doesn't go up.
Yep.
Can we
And
get the foreshadowed
and what
motion
does the
first?
foreshadowed motion contain?
We have the foreshadowed motion up there.
Right?
I will say C there, fund the works required to vacate the TAFE facility. That's a condition of the lease. So council will have to do that no matter what, as a condition of the lease we had with CQU.
Mm-hmm.
So you wouldn't need it in there.
So that probably doesn't need to be a part of the resolution as it's a condition of us leaving the facility.
Okay.
Question in relation to the foreshadowed motion, Mr Mayor, to the officers. Giving permission for the use outside of the Yeppoon Town Hall's terms and conditions, what does that mean? What specifically does that mean?
That's the cupboard space. So in the kitchen, we're all the other community groups have one cupboard space in the kitchen. The seniors have 8 cupboard spaces in the kitchen. And so that is giving permission for the seniors to have 8 spaces in the kitchen for their gear.
It's a little
Would that be-
ambiguous.
That's outside of the permission, because the permission for the town hall is for only one cupboard space in the kitchen.
The other thing would be keeping of keys.
Keys.
So we have a swipe card system at the hall. So every time you hire the hall, you get a swipe card, you use it, and you've got to return it within 24 hours. That's one of the conditions. Due to their frequent use, we've given them permission to hold on to one of those swipe cards.
Okay. So, through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Walcott, what could you just specifically point out the difference between your foreshadowed motion and that of the officers?
Yeah, one of the major points there, thanks Councillor. One of the major points is the waiving, point E, which is the waiving of the 6 months town hall. So it's recommended in the original motion to waive the funding, facilitating funding into the town hall. That equates to $17,000 odd. This is paying up until 6 months, until the end of the year, and then the seniors join with all the other community groups in our shire to apply for funding in our community grants scheme, and apply like all community groups, and apply for the waiving of 6 months of, if they choose to, apply for 6 months waiving of their, what's the word when you, inclined is the word, inclined town hall.
Sure. Rather than 12 months.
Rather than 12 months,
Okay.
that's right.
So just so I can clarify that, so
Yep.
we could either give them in kind, or we're going to charge them and then suggest to them to ask council for a grant to pay for the fee that we're going to charge them, which, or we could have done it in kind and there was no money changed hands.
Too
Well,
messy.
I think
Too messy.
The in-kind still has to come out of the event sponsorship budget.
Right.
That's so Councillor Walkon's suggesting we give them the in-kind for 6 months and then support them to apply through the formal process to be granted that waiver for the next 6 months and then the next 6 months.
And I think and part of that thinking is that we have already approved $25,000 for the seniors, and so because of that, it's going to be pretty close up there. What are we up there? 6, 7, it's be around 15,000 there.
It depends on the music cupboard cost.
And the music cupboard cost is not in there.
No.
So that's between, what did you say, between
12 and 18.
$18,000.
Can I just ask a question? Sorry, Councillor Walken. If down the track the seniors found a different location, what have you, is that storage going to be beneficial to the town hall for future use? Because there does seem to be a lack of storage there. So what's
The music cupboard.
whatever?
The intention is to build it so it looks like it's part of the building,
Right.
so that it can be used into the future.
Okay.
We wouldn't want to provide it as permanent storage for anyone though, because then we get back into that same. But yes, the design and everything is meant to look as if it's always been there,
Right.
and it can be used for all the different events that happen at the hall, especially for catering, because that kitchenette's quite small.
Yep.
The cupboard's been designed to provide a larger, longer bench that then food and things could be put out on.
Question,
Okay, any
Mr.
further
Mayor.
questions?
Yes.
We're going to get this vote to
Question,
get this
Mr. Mayor.
debate to the table. Yes.
Has it been considered to use the shed at the back of the town hall?
At the back of the town hall. So again, the shed is full of council things. We provide 1 metre by 1 metre of storage for each of the groups that use the hall repeatedly. So again, Keppel Coast Arts, the Country Music Club and the seniors have been given 1 by 1 in the back shed to store any other items.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay. So if we no further questions, we'll go back to the original motion, and that's provided there by the officers. And the only difference between this one and your foreshadowed one, Councillor Walker, can you just help qualify that?
Yeah, just going through that now then. So it's not the full funding of the town hall, waiving hall. It's 6 months only.
Right.
And no music equipment storage covered.
And no music equipment storage covered between $12,000 to $18,000.
Right.
That's not in there.
Okay. Okay. I'm happy to move this one, councillors, if you like, just to get it started, and then we can see where we go.
Brings another question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councillor Maynard.
The music cupboard is crucial to their operation, right? Right? Through to the,
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
They do one music day per month.
I would say it's
Yeah,
available
but I'm saying
anyway. Yeah.
they want to leave their music there, their equipment there, so that they can use it when they go to the premises and put it back and store it and don't have to drag it home every time. So that cupboard, that $17,000 cupboard, is crucial to their operation. Would that be fair?
But we'll put that into the debate.
No, I'm just asking the question.
Well,
Well,
it would be a debate because I would say no because we can adjust our plans, our program. I would go with a debate on that.
Yep, we'll debate that. They've certainly made clear that that is a request that they've sought of council. Would that be a fair statement?
That is a request they've made, yes.
Mr. Mayor, before we do debate, I have one more question,
Rightio.
which is pertaining to the debate, but it's a question in relation to the officer's recommendation gives them basically everything to help them for 12 months. Where does it go after that 12 months?
Depending on where we're at in terms of finding future longer term premises, we'll come back to the table with information in time to say either we need to extend or the seniors have requested to extend the current arrangement, or we've found something that's an alternative that we're looking to transition to. So it's unknown at the moment, councillor friend, but the more that we work with the seniors, the closer we get to knowing where we're at in maybe 8 months' time, we would then come back to the table and provide that update.
Part of this process, councillor friend, is about giving them enough time to be able to recognise that they're going to need to find an alternate solution for their storage, whether it be through their membership fees or whatever, or whether they sell some of the items or that sort of thing. So they at least will have 12 months to develop some options for what they want to do moving forward. But because we don't store people's equipment, that's sort of not what council's core business is. So we need to try and get them into a position where they're taking ownership of those things.
And I imagine that if the town hall was broken into while their equipment was in storage, council would be liable.
Correct.
I think we should.
Insurers would be relevant in that space.
But yes, they would be, yes.
But yes, it would be council.
Okay, we are going to enter the debate. If that's okay with councillors, I'm happy to move this one to start it off.
I'll second.
Got a second there, Councillor Watson. Okay, look, in speaking to this, this has been a really difficult journey for many people, both the seniors and I think for staff as well. We found ourselves in a position where we had to find a solution to a situation in some ways not of our choosing. There has been two frustrating elements to this that have, I think, made our job harder as councillors. On two occasions, decisions were made, one, not to purchase the TAFE. That decision was not made by the council table. And two, whether we were going to extend the lease on the 1 year option that was a terms and condition of the lease. We could have debated to extend it for 1 year at the end of that 4 year lease. We did not make that decision as a table. Nobody's to blame. People are making these decisions on the basis of their understanding of what their role is. But on those two occasions, it perhaps could have been a different story had the table made those two decisions.
Can I say you've just thrown the staff under the bus?
Councillor Watson, you can say whatever you like that is in line with the principle and values of the Local Government Act. But that is, in my understanding, that is an accurate statement. So we learn from these things though, and we're now here trying to find solutions. That's ultimately what we're trying to do. And I think this one here is a solution. It's a transition in time. It's not perfect. There has been some commentary from the seniors that absolutely is not acceptable. And the staff are very right in pointing that out, and we wouldn't accept that from any group. Even to have point 2 in there, I think probably is unnecessary because it goes without saying no matter who the group is, that we have a code of conduct that we all have to abide by. But notwithstanding that, it's in there. The group, the vast majority of the group are wonderful, genuine, gentle senior citizens. And I know Molly's done a tremendous job with them, as has Katrina and all the staff. So I'm really encouraged with the attitude that the Poon senior citizens are now approaching. And only early in the week I had contact from one of their new members who is now becoming virtually their spokesman in many ways. And he's really excited about the future of the Poon seniors. He believes there's a great future for them. And I hope we do as well. This is about transitioning. Beyond that, well, that'll be for a council, well, probably this council to consider what the appetite looks like after that. But I think this draws a line in the sand, gives council clear staff in terms of officers, provides clear statement at the senior sits that, hey guys, we've got to be respectful and courteous at all times, and that's a non-negotiable with all of our groups. And I'm prepared to support it in its current form. That's it. Okay. Anyone speaking against?
I haven't.
Yes, Councillor Walpole.
Yeah, I'm speaking against. The costings, I am very concerned with the costs that have been outlaid so far with one community group. spending $500,000 over the past 5 years, and then now the additional costs that is required to move this one community group to another community group. I just I feel very uncomfortable with it. To me, it just doesn't pass. When I came into local government a year and a bit ago, someone told me about this idea of the pub test. I've never heard about the pub test because I don't go to the pub. So they talked to me about the pub test, and I said, well, you know, what's the pub test? Maybe it was you, Terry, talking to me about the pub test, and you know, just that doesn't pass the average Joe Blow that you're having a chat to. I can't imagine myself sitting down at a pub talking to the average Joe Blow and spilling out the numbers and go, what do you reckon, mate? I reckon he's got a different opinion to the way we've been moving with all this money. I reckon he's going to go, man, alive, I can't believe you've done all that. How do you come to that realisation to spend all that money on one community group? And I tell you what, I love this community group. I think this community group's great. I've been up there, I've played darts.
Conflict.
Or connection, one of the two.
Whose photo was on the dartboard?
But, you know, I love the community group, and community groups is in my portfolio, and I want the best for them, but I think we've got to go for what's fair and equitable, and I just can't see how we can continue to spend the kind of money for this one community group the way that we're doing it. I reckon, councillors, it's time to put the line in the sand and go, okay, enough's enough. Let's get everyone on the same page here with the way that we treat all our community groups with fairness and equity.
Thank you, Councillor Walpole. Anyone speaking for the resolution?
Look, I'll speak for Mr Mayor, but I'll make it very clear. I agree that it's already and has not passed the pub test for the last 5 years. And nor is this fair or equitable, but I'll completely agree with the officer's recommendation, which has been actually quite generous. All other groups share or utilise other venues, even not those venues not of council. These other venues all include, as I said, having to share. Now, the TAFE lease over these last 5 years cost ratepayers $500,000. With now the extra $53,500 to vacate the premises. This is approximately about 150 rates notices, could be 160 rates notices. Council has continually supported the Yeppoon seniors over an extended period of time. And for those watching this who believe that Council has not supported the seniors, I ask them to reconsider their stance. No other group has been supported by having an exclusive area at the cost of over $500,000. However, I will continue to support today the officer's recommendation, which has been carefully considered, and also point out at the same time, the reason being is that Councillor Walkon's foreshadowed motion will save $7,000. However, we've just heard from the General Manager that we're allowing the seniors that extra 6 months, that extra time to come up with different ideas on where they may be situated. And that's extra 6 months may make all the difference. So for the saving of $7,000 after almost spending $600,000 already, and I agree with you, Councillor Walcon, it makes me feel sick in the stomach over a whole lot of this, because looking at the report, there's approximately 90 other groups in 24-25 over a 12-month period for event sponsorship, for community sponsorship, etc., who have received a total, 90 groups receiving a total of $456,000. Yet one group has received almost $600,000. And this is just not equitable, but once again, I'm speaking for it, not against, to allow them the time, that extra 6 months, to spend that extra $7,000 on top of what the enormous amount that we've already spent, to help them get them on their feet and find premises of their own. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone that's speaking against? Any further speakers for?
Yes, Mr Chairman.
Councillor Mayor.
I'd like to make 2 amendments, please. 2 amendments.
2 amendments you'd like to
Yes,
make
yes.
at 2:44, and we've got 18 items on the agenda still to get through. So
I'll be
just
very
be
quick. I
mindful.
have got nothing written down. I can speak from the top of my head.
Right.
To go with Councillor Walcon's idea,
We're not on that one.
sorry,
We're not on that one yet.
I know that, we're on the original, but my 2 amendments are add the dollar figures to each of those items there to show people, this is for transparency reason, to show people what each of those items are worth. That's
Right.
important.
Okay.
You don't have to say any more. And what the councillor said over here is all very true. That we can show the public,
Yep.
where there's no shame in that,
Yep.
because we're actually doing what we say we're going to do.
Provide some clarity there.
Then we
Yeah, we can do that.
Yep. Okay. And the other,
And the
the other
second
amendment,
one,
or the
go
other
to-
addition.
Go to number 2. Go
Sorry?
to number 2.
Yep.
And I'd cut off after the word town hall because it's provocative, those words. I mean, they may be true, they've been told that, but I think we can come out looking a whole lot more.
Sorry, Mr Mayor.
It's the officer's
Yes.
The
recommendation.
officer's recommendation, Mr Mayor.
It's the officer's recommendation, but we can amend it. We can amend it. I think it's...
No, you.
And we'll read that. Council makes clear all members of the Approving Senior Citizens Association are expected to be courteous and respectful towards all council staff and other users of the town hall. Stop. There's nothing wrong with that. All those other things, it actually tells a story. And we have already dealt with that, personally.
Councillor Mather, I'm going to make it, we're leaving it as it is. That's what the officers put forward. You're welcome to vote against it if you like. We have touched on the fact that all of our, as indeed all of our community groups should be reminded of that. But we do need to keep things moving. So I'm going to ask if there's no further speakers.
I'll speak
Councillor Eastwood.
Yeah, look, I will speak for this, and I don't think this is going to be the last time that this comes to the council table. I just want to make it clear to the senior citizens, I'm sure it has been made clear to them, and to all the onlookers and outsiders, that we've bent over backwards for this community group. At times it has tested our patience, but we have given above and beyond. Our officers have done their darnest, they've worked extra hard, and at times they haven't been given the due respect that they should have done. And so I guess in a way it puts our senior cits on notice. We love them, we want the best for them, but they do have to play the game. And this is, I wouldn't say it's their last chance, because that's putting a line in the sand, but we are a giving council. And so we are intent on giving them this chance to recover, to find somewhere, a home of their own. And I do ask that, that they respect that, but more than that, that they realise what we're doing as a council for them.
Very good, thank you, Councillor Eastwood.
Quick question. I'm sorry.
Is it-
just? It's in relation to. I'm not trying to change anything.
No, well, let's go.
Molly or Kat, their Facebook post is saying it's still not suitable. Is there a chance they're going to come back after all of this and say we don't want to move in?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
I mean, when we say we're going to do what we're going to do, if they don't, we've just wasted our time again, haven't we?
Honestly, Councillor Rhodes, I think with the new spokesperson being the interactive partner with council and being that point of contact, I actually think we're going to see an improvement. So
Okay.
I know I'm a glass half full person, but I am optimistic.
What's happening?
Well, yes, we will be able to work in a much more amicable way and be able to, I guess, negotiate on things as opposed to at the moment it's more like a dictatorship. So we want to have that dialogue with them, and we want them to have that with us, but also with other community groups as well.
All right, thank you.
So this
Thank
way.
you. Okay, Michelle.
Question, Mr.
Close.
Mayor. Question, Mr. I know I put up a proposed amendment.
Yes.
And you didn't accept that.
That's correct.
Is the mover prepared to put the figures after each of those items?
Yeah, happy with the figures. I think this,
Because I'll
We'll
support
arrange
that.
that. Yeah.
yeah, no, I recognise they can do that for greater transparency, so definitely. Yep. Okay. I think we'll just in wrapping up, picking up Councillor Walker's point about the pub test. I actually bumped into some people at Strand the other night on the cheap Wednesday night steak night. And the first thing they said to me was, "Do you hope you're not kicking the seniors out and leaving them on the street?" And I said, "No, we're not doing that. We're going to spend a few dollars on the town hall. That's what we're looking at." And they were, "Well, that's good. That's a good outcome." So I think it actually does pass the pub test in my perspective, and it's the right balance.
Mr Mayor, maybe Councillor Walker needs to spend more time in the pub.
I was actually wondering if he changed it to a smorgasbord.
Okay, very good. We'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion's carried. Thank you, councillors, for that robust debate. We're giving our audience their money's worth. We're trying our best anyway.
I believe the Strand has a $25 smorgasbord. You could try that.
Okay, we're looking at 13.5, multi-stage tender for Great Keppel Island Rival Plaza. And I was just, as Arvin comes to the table there, I might just ask Sky, our media lady, Channel 7 were hoping to get some content of the designs, but apparently they're not available online. Is there anything we can do to contact Nadia? Or
Yeah, I'll get hold of Nadia.
Done deal. We can do two things at once.
Yeah, I did send a link through the media release yesterday, but that's all right.
Okay, just came through on the text there, so thank you. Okay, Arvin, we'll take it as read, Arvin, so everybody here is across the brief. Is there any questions to Arvin, councillors, that you feel necessary for Arvin to disclose to us outside of what's in the recommendation there? Councillor Watson?
Is there a chance that slightly down the track, working on all this, that all of a sudden everything has to be flipped and sent towards fixing the spit or anything? Is there a chance that funding could be moved across after we've done this? Is there any word of anything like that?
I think very unlikely.
Sorry?
Very unlikely at this stage.
All right.
It's been we've been through a lot of consultations. I think 6 consultations we did it, and we got all outcomes, positive outcomes. There was a few tweaks in the design, and just comment we got it about the front the screening part and the skylight. Other than that, it was pretty much locked based on the site constraint and all those.
Right, so there's no political push to move the funding to, put in a jetty or a sand spit or all that?
I'll step in there, and thank you. No, the state's made clear.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yep, no, so it's made clear that these are the elements that were identified in the reference group that has, I guess, identified these at the end. I guess the good news is this is just another step. Following the outcome of this expressions of interest, it's come back to councillors for further consideration.
Yes, so after this, after expression of interest, the selected job, actually this main idea is to test the market something, and also to assess the capability and capacity of the contractors, local contractors, in order to seek the experience of the similar project and what they've delivered. And once we evaluate that, when we'll come back to the council and what the outcome of that evaluation is, right, we'll present the council.
So there'll be further decisions to be made in terms of the arrivals plaza beyond today. Okay, councillors, I'd like to move. Move in Councillor Eastwood. Second in Councillor Lottery. There will be questions. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, yep. Just a question, clarification on the officer's recommendation going out to the tendering process for the expressions of interest, and then we have in the previous decision that the principal design consultant was awarded to Wilson Architects.
Yep.
Is that different? Is that different, or is this?
No, it's current actually. Currently, the Wilson is the architect for that.
Yep.
And this expression of interest is for construction.
Okay.
So what was the previous decision? We awarded to. Yeah.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you, Arvin. Any further questions? If not, did you want to speak to that all, Councillor Eastwood?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, to say this is we're getting to the exciting end of this project, and I can't wait to see construction actually start. To shovels in the ground and see something coming up over there. I think we're all pretty excited about that. And thanks to the officers for the hard work they've done to get us to this stage.
Okay, Councillor May, did you?
Just an observation, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Despite the difference in the this project and other projects, the principle that we're using to find the best solution, the best contractors, is no different to what we are doing in the past. Just give or take the nature of the project. It's the same principle to whittle down what we've got, who's the best qualified and the best price. It's the same practice that we've been doing all along.
Very good.
Thank you, Arvind.
Thank you for that, Councillor Maida. Okay, if there's no other speakers for or against, further, we shall go to the vote. Those in favour? There we go, Arvind. That's unanimously supported. Thank you. That takes us on to 13.6, which somewhere we have been before, but we've believed that it may refine something even better. So let's see. 13.6 proposed.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Signage.
I'll second that.
Councillor Friend's got in it. That's great. Councillor Watson has seconded, and this the resolution. Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to that at all? Or?
Mr. Mayor, just as the original mover of the notice of motion for the naming of the Aquatic Centre, I'm thrilled with this proposed signage. Mr. Dory's name is far more appropriate appearing first before the Capricorn Coast, and the officers have done a great job in the design, so it's very clear and it's situated well when you look through the report.
Yeah, agreed. Anyone speaking against? Further speakers for? No, we'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous, councillors. Thank you, Arvind. Then we have 13.7, response to questions on notice of Kedron Park. We've got an officer's recommendation. The council receives and notes the answers to the questions on notice received from Councillor Friend. Councillor Friend, are you satisfied you've got the answers that you were seeking?
Mr. Mayor, the answers are correct and true. However, I am concerned in relation to, it states in the answers that the drains were cleared in 2023, almost 2 years ago. I want to know if there's any ongoing maintenance plan to continue cleaning the drains, or will the officers await further notices of motion from myself or someone else?
Okay, there's a question on, I guess, on notice there. Is Michael, Mr. Creederman, happy to provide some context now? Thank you.
Through the Mayor, thank you, Councillor Friend, for the question. So we did do the initial work in October 2023. Standard practice across our network that our technical officers in our construction and maintenance team do inspections and routine maintenance, or planned or reactive maintenance, we call it, is undertaken when required. We do have a range of triggers for when we do maintenance. It's either through those investigations or through councillor requests coming from the customers or from customers themselves. I take your point that it hasn't been cleaned out since October 2023. Depending on the nature of the catchment, whether it's quite urbanised there's not a lot of bare earth and therefore sediment flow into the catchment and the pipes. So it's unlikely that it needs to be cleaned out as regularly as a rural pipe crossing, for example. I've had the team have a look at it since this morning when we had a bit of a chat about it. That the water level in the pipes is it's sitting there because of the water level in the wetland. So there's a couple of pipe there with some water in them. The team also took some photos, and there's obviously the grass is a bit long because of the wet season and it's difficult to get in there. We'll continue to monitor that. Once it dries out, we'll be able to get in there with our open spaces team and work together to trim the vegetation across the whole area and keep it down. And as mentioned, we do have that planned inspection regime, and we'll just continue to use that to monitor the as needs maintenance on those drainage outlets.
Okay, Councillor Friend, yep.
May I have a question through the chair? Michael, I understand the person who's the complainant in this lives about 2 streets back from the park and talks about vermin getting into his yard and things. Have we ever walked and spoken to the people who actually are on the edge of that swamp to find out if they had the same issues? I know Councillor Walcott has, but have we ever asked if they're having that same issue? Because it seems odd.
I haven't heard that our staff have done that, no.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Watts. Thank you, Michael.
Can I just ask Councillor Walcott, can you remind me what you found out when you did it?
Oh, well, the people that the houses that I arched along there, they didn't have any problems with the rats.
That's where that's where I get a problem. If people right beside it aren't having an issue, why is someone 2 streets back?
Okay, it's probably a little benefit in terms of this recommendation here. I did actually meet on site with the young family who lived there, and they had concerns. So
okay,
there's probably some mixed feelings there. Okay, we shall go to the vote. Did we get a move for this one? Councillor Friend, you probably...
I'll move it because we're only accepting the questions.
Yep, so move Councillor Friend, seconded.
I'll second it.
Councillor Walk-on. Any need for debate, councillors? We'll put to the vote those in favour. Thank you, that's unanimous there. Takes us on to 13.8 Regional Behaviour Change Implementation Plan, Waste and Resource Recovery. We have Leanne and...
This is Evan Lockhart, who's the Central Queensland Behaviour Change Coordinator.
Great.
So I brought a friend today.
Okay. Leanne, there's a fair bit of information in this one. You have to just try and capture it as succinctly as we can, just in the interest of time, that's all.
Yeah. Okay, so the purpose of this report is just to provide the councillors with the Regional Waste Education Behaviour Change Implementation Plan that was attached to that report.
Yep.
I'll just let Evan speak about it now because I think the report explains everything and the attachment about the activities involved.
Good time. Yes, so waste education shouldn't be about telling people what to do. It should be encouraging the majority on ways to improve their existing waste disposal habits. And to achieve waste reduction outcomes, we need processes where one feels in control of one's actions, one feels capable and effective, and one feels connected to others. And that's where behaviour change theory comes in, as it highlights such aspects and uses them for positive change. Yes, so my name is Evan Lockhart. I'm the CQ Regional Behaviour Change Coordinator for CQ Rock. And I'm here to inform you of the Behaviour Change Implementation Plan. So this plan it aligns with the CQ Regional Waste and Resource Recovery Management Plan. It lists numerous activities that will encourage residents to avoid, reduce, repair waste, but also promoting better recycling initiatives. The overall objectives are to increase correct recycling and waste separation practices amongst residents and businesses, enhance community participation in circular economy initiatives, foster long-term behaviour change through education and engagement strategies, and build council's capacity to deliver effective waste education programs. There's 18 activities listed, and each council across Central Queensland has the option to actively participate. I've mentioned it is a living document, so there may be further activities added over the 3-year lifespan of this implementation plan. You'll see the activities, they're going to be achievable over a short time frame, and they can be replicated, and they're always targeted towards community engagement, participation. There'll be no large capital works or unlimited human resources needed. Just collaboration amongst councils, CQ Rock and some contractors.
Okay.
So finally, just of importance is that the success in inquiring any future funding opportunities from the state government will be assessed on whether the activity seeking funding has been listed in such a plan as this, or the Waste Operations Implementation Plan.
Can I just add there, that's one thing that the state's been very clear on for all these activities, is that even with the other CQ waste plan that we have, is that they'll be looking at those regional approaches to waste and resource recovery, not a council standing alone applying for funding. So they've been very clear on that today.
Okay.
I'll move that.
Thank you, officers there. Councillor Watson, you're moving that. We've got a seconder there. Thank you, Councillor
Yes, Mr.
Mayor.
Chair.
Thank you.
I've got a couple of
question
questions.
there.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much to both of you. So, question is, what exactly does the AI technology entail?
That's, oh, sorry, you mind if I answer that? So that's something that we're looking at maybe in our future curbside contracts, and that's enhancing what we already have. We have cameras in our hopper on our curbside trucks. Some of those imaging that we're getting from those particular shots isn't so clear. So what we may be asking for is clearer pictures, identifying what kinds of contamination it is, and then maybe sending a letter out to that particular property owner. So there's some of the things that we're looking at. We're waiting, through our tender process, we're waiting for the market to tell us what they can provide, what is out there for us to use.
Sure. And my second question and last question is, this plan was implemented and ratified by CQ ROC, CQ Regional Organisation of Councils, which include us in the LSC, Rocky Regional, Gladstone, Central Highlands, Banana and Woorabinda. When the funding is sought or has been sought, is it equitable is the funding given out to all of the councils in an equitable way, or will it be based on population? Because we have less population than Rockhampton, will we receive less than Gladstone or Rockhampton?
So my role is funded by the state government.
Yes.
And there's no additional funding available for that would be spread amongst the councils. So each council is just giving an in-kind donation towards behaviour change initiatives as well.
Sure.
But so for future projects, we'll be either seeking funding, external funding, or for the smaller projects with individual councils, putting a request to consider that in the budgets.
Okay, I understand that Rockhampton Regional Council has implemented something like this already.
Bin harmonisation.
Harmonisation.
Bin
okay.
harmonisation.
Okay, bin harmonisation. Was that funded through this same pot of money?
That was completely funded by the state government in the Let's Get It Sorted campaign.
Yep.
So, and this is like a different branch of the Let's Get It Sorted campaign. And this one, like what we've got in the report here, it's a whole list of different activities that each councils can actively participate in or choose not to. But my role is trying to get a lot of education material together and then to help the councils to build their capacity to improve recycling rates.
Sure. And that we're all using the same kind of information across the region because we travel from area to area.
Yes.
So that's what we want to put out, that consistency in the information that we're providing.
Thank you.
Can I just
Yes,
quickly, more of a statement, that one of the recommendations is the Recycle Mate app. Every time we go to Lawmac, they say you must download the app. And it's a really good app because it tells you what can be recycled and what can't be. So it helps work out what you're going to throw in the bin, what you're not going to throw in the bin, what you might be able to compost. So I'll just know that if I don't say that, they'll kick my bum when I get to the next meeting.
Do we have pictures for grannies?
What of my bum?
Thank you for that. We might get a mover. We've got a mover and we've got a seconder. We'll enter debate. Did you want to speak on all of that, Councillor Watson?
No, I'm happy that we're doing. I'm a bit worried about bin harmonisation because I look at it as a waste of effort. But at the same time, I hear that they'll be making more wheelie bins with the plastics when they get the lids from them. So
fully recycled.
Yeah, it's fully recycled.
Okay, anyone speaking against? Anyone want to wrap up or speak us further? No, we'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Okay, that takes us on to the 13.9, Kawonga Green Waste Pad misuse. We've got an officer's recommendation based on the report regarding the misuse of the Kawonga Green Waste Pad be received. We have a mover there. Looks like that was going to be moved, Councillor Watson. Seconded, Councillor Eastwood. Any need for debate, councillors? No, we'll go to the vote.
No, but I've seen the wording on the new sign and it sounds good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Leanne.
And we have sent a letter to that commercial operator as well.
We didn't squeeze in for any fine, did we?
No, we couldn't. But
next time.
Moving forward.
Right, good, okay. Councillor Watson, did you want to wrap up at all?
No, I'm just happy to let it go through and get started.
Rightio, we'll put it to the vote. Those in favour receiving that, that's unanimous. Thank you. 13.1, the 2025 interim report, financial year ending 30 June 2025. And we'll take that as read, Andrea. And but if there's any questions, councillors, or any maybe headlines from that that you feel are relevant? By all means.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two things. We've got a letter obligation to present this report to the council, and it has been shared with the audit committee chair. It will be formally presented and updated at the next audit committee meeting or as part of the financial statement process. It is only up to a certain point in time, so there were some other audit visits that occurred after April. So any new findings from those audit visits will be presented in the next interim or the next closing report. I'm happy to take any questions from council.
Okay, councillors, any questions on that?
There was one here on page 114, financial reporting issues. There was one meeting risk issue unresolved. Are we working on that, or has it been since resolved?
Yes, it will be. Audit has accepted our position on that, so that will be resolved next time it's updated in the closing report.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move it. Okay, we're going to move it there, and Councillor Walker second, and Councillor Eastwood. Did you want to speak at all to that?
No need to speak to it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Anyone speaking against receiving that report? We'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. That takes us on to
11, 13, 11.
13.11, is it?
Yes,
Yeah.
page 124.
Your monthly financial report for the period ending 30 June. Just, okay. That's what caught me off guard, actually. I saw the officer leaving the table and thinking, who's doing that? There we go. Right. Well, sorry I didn't catch that name there, sorry. Akil. Well, okay. And what's the highlight from this particular one that you'd like to share, Akil?
Okay, so the first highlight, before I begin, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The report is being represented is the monthly financial report for the period ending 30th of June 25. Take the report as read, and all the variances are reported against 24-25 financial year revised budget 1, which was adopted by council on the 17th of December 24, and the key highlights are brand new dashboard that giving a visual representation of the key attributes and metrics. Council actual operational surplus for 24-25 financial year is reported as approximately 6.5 million, which is close to the estimated financial surplus of approximately 7.1 million expected for the 24-25 financial year, as reported to the council in the special budget meeting back on 9th of June 25. Total capital expenditure is approximately 32 million, with 83% of the 24-25 capital expenditure budget incurred. Total cash balance of approximately $177 million, of which 34 million is restricted cash. Total debtors balance is approximately 42 million, which is $6 million lower than the start of 24-25 financial year. And last, report also provides some information on rates receivable, sundry debts, contracts and tenders, and procurement activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Question?
Any questions
Where do you start?
on that
Mr.
monthly
Mayor?
financial report? Yeah, where do you start?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question on page 129.
129.
I'm just finding the page. Thank you so much for that report, greatly appreciated. So the QTC cash fund balance is approximately $8 million. Is this balance such like that of an overdraft? Because if it is, I thought we had a balance of 10 million.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Just trying to find that page.
129.
129.
Yeah, I think you're referring to there, with the Queensland Treasury Corporation, we have what we call a capital guarantee account, which is a deposit account, not an overdraft as such. There are two distinct products.
Yes.
So yes, with the QTC Capital Fund, the council does invest some money in that fund from time to time. But yeah, working cash can also be invested in the council's general bank and the CDA.
Yeah.
Or indeed, we may make some term deposits with other financial institutions throughout the Shire as well. So with that particular fund at the moment, the cash balance is historically lower than what it has normally been, because we're getting a better rate of return with the Commonwealth Bank of Australia at the moment.
I understand. Okay.
Separate to that, there is a working capital facility the council has with the Queensland Treasury Corporation that we have not needed to use in recent financial year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Okay. No further questions? No? Looks like we'll need a mover of Councillor Eastwood.
No, I think Councillor... Oh, yeah, I'll move.
Okay, and we'll get a seconder in Councillor Hawthorne. Thank you. Any commentary there, councillors? Councillor Eastwood? So we can hear the for or against?
The operation surplus ratio. What can you tell us about that one?
Operational surplus.
We've got a page there, Councillor Maida.
Yes, page 129, same page. That's where we always have the asset sustainability ratio, but it's above that. It's 2 or 3 above that. Operating surplus ratio, 0.09%.
The operating surplus ratio there, you can see that it's got a green tick.
Yes.
Which indicates that it's
Yes.
a favourable result.
Yes.
5.35%.
Yes.
For this council, we're tier 4. So yeah, it should be in the range between 0 and 10%.
Yes, and 10.
Because we're in that range,
You think
we're
we're
right on track.
close enough, is that what you're saying? We're
We're
close
right
enough.
on track where we would expect to be. And the reason why we've got a green tick there as council, we are expecting for the 24-25 financial year, the council will finish with an operating surplus.
Yeah, okay, that's
Because
good.
the revenues are larger than the expenditure.
Thank you, thank you. Thanks,
Okay.
Mr Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone speaking in for
You've
or
done a good
against?
job.
No? Okay, I'll just speak how encouraging it is to see that debts continue to be paid down, 42 million, cash balances of 177 million. It's a very positive position. We'll be mindful to be absolutely diligent in that space there, but really critical to deliver on our capital program for that critical infrastructure for our community. So well done everybody, and thank you for that. Okay, we'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous, thank you.
Mr Chairman, could we ask if anybody's feeling the cold air from the air conditioners? Is it too cold?
You could perhaps
I'm just asking.
maybe turn it, would you like it turned?
What do people feel? Because we
Okay.
did make adjustments during dinner time.
Well, anyone got a mover to move that we assess the temperature of the air conditioner?
I'll second it.
Any second?
I hate
Okay. Looks like we're
I
going to
hate
get
to
some
see that
movement.
stuff turn into petrified wood.
Thank you to those there. That takes us on to
13.12.
13.12, end of year close down, or 13.12, as Councillor Watson said. End of year, who have we got there? Looks like John, who's going to deliver this one.
Good afternoon, Mr Mayor, councillors. So we've got the report before you today for the end of year close down. Take the report as being read. It's the usual report that comes around each time, around this time each year, around when the council operations shut down at the end of the year. So within the report, it proposes that from midday the 24th of December, which is a Wednesday, until reopening on Friday the 2nd of January 2026.
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
I just got a question, Mr
Yep.
Mayor, if I can, John. I was just looking at that, I just wondered whether, I'm just thinking about the staff. I know they'd have to take another day of annual leave. I just wondered whether it might have been better if I opened on the 5th, just so that the staff get a little bit longer break, because they've got the Monday the 29th, 30th, 31st off. Thursday the 1st is a public holiday. Then they come back for a day and then another couple of days off. I don't know if that's something that could be looked at, should be looked at, or has been looked at. But just to me it kind of... Yes, please.
Thank you for the question. So typically we do have shutdown of 3 days during that end of year close down period. So
so appreciate the timing in terms of how it is falling on the week this time for everyone to be coming back on the Friday. So typically what we would do is that anyone who is wanting to take that little bit of extra time, they would be looking at putting in annual leave or AOs on that particular day.
So they would have the option to do that.
They certainly have the option, and we certainly like to try to have the close down period well in advance, so that way people can plan their leave arrangements and those type of things during that period.
All good, thank you.
They can have a work from home day.
We all don't do that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we've got a mover. Anything further, John, from yourself?
Oh, no. Well, council puts in place skeleton crews and has arrangements for after-hours calls to be taken. So there's still essential services delivered to the community through that time.
Councillor Eastwood may have been looking to go to the most popular councillor in the council. Is that what it was about, councillor?
I'll second that.
Yes. Okay. He's on a winner there. Okay, we're going to move it there in. We had a mover and a seconder. Moving Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mazer. Any need for debate?
Oh, I'll just wrap up. Mr Mayor, each year we undertake this same procedure. It's proven over the many years that the staff actually appreciate this time with family and friends and recuperation after big years of them putting in a lot of time and effort. So I'm all for it, and thank the officer for bringing it to the table.
Okay, anyone speaking against?
Just to say, Mr Mayor, that this is the time when things do go wrong, is when everybody else is away and there's nobody can be found. I know that feeling.
I thought I wrapped up, Mr Mayor.
You probably did, Councillor Friend, but
You didn't give us an option.
I didn't. Okay.
No.
It's getting late in the day, and we've got through a lot of items, so we're doing well. Okay, we'll put to the vote. Those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you.
What about any bosses that
Takes us on to the 1313 Audit and Risk Improvement Committee Terms of Reference. Looks like Catherine is the leader here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councillors and CEO. I'm actually presenting a number of reports today, but first off the rank is the revised Audit Risk and Improvement Committee Terms of Reference. Essentially, this revision has been prompted following a number of audit findings and recommendations. The first one is a review undertaken by the Queensland Audit Office. So that review, that was report number 10, Insights on Audit Committees in Local Government. And that report made a number of recommendations that have been addressed in this revised terms of reference. In addition to the QAO's review, we also recently undertook an external independent review of our internal audit function, and that report also made a number of recommendations which have been addressed in this revision. In addition to addressing those audit findings and recommendations, Council has also undertaken an extensive review on remuneration of our external members on the Audit Committee, and these proposed changes look to increase our meeting fees for our chairperson, increasing those meeting fees from $1,500 to $2,000 per meeting. For our other external members, increasing those meeting fees from $1,250 to $1,500 per meeting. And all other meeting types, such as the annual strategic planning workshop, our flying minutes, our councillor briefing sessions will also be increased proportionately. In addition to those meeting fee rate increases, we're also proposing to increase the travel allowance cap from $1,150 to $1,600, and that's based on cost averages for flights, accommodation, car hire, and ATO meal rates. In addition to those rate increases, our accounting team has also undertaken a comprehensive review of council's obligations under the Superannuation Guarantee Administration Act 1992, which sees the inclusion of an additional term stipulating that superannuation contributions will be made in accordance with the ATO requirements where applicable. That's essentially a highlight of those reviews.
Okay, thank you for that summary, Catherine. Councillors, any questions on that?
I'll move that.
No, we've got a mover in Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Any need for debate?
Thank you, Catherine.
We'll put it straight to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you there. Following on,
I was going to say how much work she's done.
So,
I'd actually like to see a document without all the stuff to see how small it is now, because you've removed so much.
We're just increasing the workload.
Good job. What's 13, 15, is it internal audit?
That's 14.
14.
Let's remember this.
Catherine, you know what to do at least, don't you?
So we do 13, 14?
Yeah, 13, 14.
Excellent.
Yep. So this report essentially is to review our elected member representation on our Audit Risk and Improvement Committee. So at our recent June 2025 quarterly meeting, Councillor Eastwood, who currently sits on the committee with Councillor Watson, notified the committee of his intention to rotate off the committee as one of our 2 elected member representatives. This report has made a number of recommendations. Firstly, to acknowledge Councillor Eastwood's resignation from the role as elected member on the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee. Secondly, to appoint Councillor Friend to the role of elected member representative on the committee. And thirdly, to nominate a councillor proxy delegate in the event that a nominated councillor is unable to attend the meeting of the committee.
Very good.
I'd like to move that, Mr Mayor.
Okay, got a mover there, Councillor Eastwood, seconded in Councillor Friend. Any questions, or did you want to lead off Councillor Eastwood at all?
I'd like to speak to it really briefly. Firstly, to say, for nearly 3 years I've been on the committee, what invaluable time it's been, and what I've learnt being on that particular committee, and with any councillors that haven't been on it, to actually seek that opportunity down the track. It's been great to get a better understanding of the internal works of the council, and particularly around audit risk and improvement. And thanks to the whole committee. They've been great, very supportive, and I commend Councillor Friend for stepping up.
Very good. Any speakers against? Yes.
We'll also just need to...
The proxy?
To nominate
Yes.
proxies.
I was wondering that.
Resolution.
So we need to nominate
I'd like to
Councillor
nominate
Proxy.
Councillor Walker.
Would you?
I'll second that.
I just got so
He's a numbers man, Mr Chair.
Councillor,
You've got to
do
get
you
it in
accept
there.
that nomination from Councillor Mather?
Oh, I don't accept the nomination.
Right.
I don't have a reason. But I don't want to.
It's a learning process.
Except
He loves it.
Councillor
He
Watson,
loves
he turned up sick all the time.
Mr Mayor, I'll nominate
you eat my
Councillor
lunch.
Rothery, and if he is not willing, I then nominate Councillor Mather.
I've been on there before. I was with Rocky.
Okay. So at this point
I think everyone just got nominated.
we've shifted it to
I think it's
Councillor.
whoever puts their hand up's gotta be it.
Councillor Riley, would you accept the nomination there from Councillor Friend?
Mr Chairman, I've nominated
I
Councillor
will
Walker.
accept
Yeah, he's not back the
Well
nomination.
done, well done.
He's not back the nomination.
He's not.
No,
Yeah.
no, Councillor Rothery just said. I
Yeah,
will
no,
accept it.
Councillor Walcott, sorry, Councillor Mather.
You better shape up for next year.
Okay, Councillor Riley's accepted.
Yes.
And that says the proxy, is
I'll
it?
look forward to
That's
it.
just a
That says the
Do
proxy.
you need a seconder?
Well, mighty effort.
I'll second that.
Okay. Excellent. We've got a mover and a seconder. Everybody clear on the motion?
Yep.
Yes, I'd like to speak to it.
You certainly may speak to it.
Thank you. Yes, I put myself forward for this particular position on the committee. I was on the committee in 2020, but had to give up that position to be on other committees such as LawMac and LMAC and other committees under my previous waste portfolio, however, and environment portfolio. But I think this committee is an integral part of the actual workings, the mechanical workings of council, to understand the finances, to understand internal auditing, and to really delve into what ARAC is about. And I'm really happy to be nominated and put on this committee. And it not only enhances myself personally as a councillor, but I hope to also enhance the business as a whole.
Absolutely. Okay. Any further speakers either for or against? No?
Mr Chairman, I think at least we'll know where Councillor Rothery is at all times.
Excellent. Okay.
I was hoping for a bit more of a positive stuff from Councillor Friend, but
Very good. We better put it to the vote, eh? Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you.
That's a privilege, Mr Chairman.
Congratulations, Councillor.
Absolutely.
Now I've got to find out what I've got to do.
That takes us on to 13.16, I believe, is it? Or no, 13.15, internal audit charter. Catherine.
Thank you, Chair. So this is another policy revision, so the internal audit charter, following that external independent review of the internal audit function. So that made a number of recommendations that have once again been addressed in this revised charter. Essentially, the key changes made is the inclusion of safeguards to manage independence and objectivity between our CEO in his dual role as he assumes a role of Chief Audit Executive. And we've also now prescribed communications and reporting requirements, particularly between the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee, our executive leadership team, and our CEO in assuming the role of Chief Audit Executive.
Okay, councillors. We comfortable there with the recommendation?
Just a question to the
revised internal audit charter.
Just a
Yes,
general
Councillor
question
Mayor.
to the CEO, Mr Chairman. With the external audit people, the external audit people, do they get paid, because we just increased fees there, do they get paid in accordance with any award or on an as-needs basis?
Through you, Mr Chair, it's benchmarked, and we do comparison across multiple councils and multiple committees. But at the end of the day, it boils down to supply and demand. If we didn't pay that, we didn't get anyone of that calibre. The audit committee, the external members of the audit committee, it may only be one day, either online or in council, but the amount of work that they do behind the scenes, I wouldn't say this to them face to face in case they want to raise their remuneration up, but they're actually extraordinarily good value, exceptional value for what they get.
We've been very lucky.
Extraordinarily lucky.
Very incredible.
We've stayed out of jail for so long.
Okay, thank you for that, Catherine.
Thanks, Catherine.
We've got a mover there for that. We've got a mover, Councillor Maynard, and second, Councillor Eastwood. Any need for debate on this particular one?
No, Mr Chairman, they've done a good job, thank you.
Very good. Anyone speaking against or for? No, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous.
Mr Mayor, I just wondered whether we could have a 5-minute break.
Yep.
We're sitting at the table for 2.5 hours.
Procedural to have a 5-minute break. All those in
Mr Chairman,
favour?
this is what happens when you have a 3 o'clock start or 1 o'clock start.
Great. So we're back on live stream.
Yep.
Thank you, Polly and Lucy. Okay, welcome everybody back from that short break. It was certainly much needed. We've only got a few more really to get through, so I appreciate your perseverance. We have got 13.16, is that correct? The proposed motion to the 2025 Local Government Association of Queensland Conference. We've got, Greg, did you want to?
Keep it brief. So this year's 129th Local Government Association of Queensland Conference will be held on the Gold Coast. It will be held on the 20th and 22nd of October 2025, and the theme of the conference is Pathways to Livability. As you're aware, previously Council resolved to present some motions at the National General Congress. And those two motions were review the Building Code of Australia for wheelchair accessibility and review the Australian Standards designed for access and mobility, to paraphrase. Further, there was another motion presented back in April of this year to present these three motions here to the Local Government Association of Queensland Conference on the Gold Coast. Have any questions?
Yes, I'll move the first one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So are we looking at the merits of each of these?
Seriatim, yes.
Right, okay.
New word.
And is that because we can't have three motions going? Or
You can have as many as
we can have three motions going?
Mr Mayor, would you able to just explain what's going on?
16.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of that exactly. In the way it's currently presented, in the current A, B and C, could they be voted all in one block?
That could be voted all in one block, or you can separate them out.
Right. Okay, it sounds like, well, how about we test procedurally? We can either vote as a group to move them all in one block, right? And then we debate the merits of them, whether we support that or not. Or do you want to separate them, split them and vote the merits of each particular one as to whether the table supports each particular one going?
Mr. Mayor, I would prefer to have them in seriatim because we can debate the merits of each one individually, and it's clear, concise.
Yep. Okay. Balance of the table. We've heard from Councillor Friend's preference, but you're all equal in your preferences here. So is there anyone got an appetite differently, or do you want to just get on with them and do each one?
Mr. Chairman, I think the A and B are related.
Do it.
I can do it all in one. Wouldn't worry me.
I think A and B are very intertwined.
Beg your pardon?
I think A and B are very intertwined. I don't know if we can, or should even separate.
Well, perhaps we do A and B as together. Councillor
The third one's a little bit different.
We'll get a mover for.
I'll move.
To debate the merits of A and B. That's Councillor Friend's move that. Seconded Councillor Watson. Any need for debate on that particular one?
Nope.
Councillors, Councillor Friend, did you want to?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have anything planned to say. However, after taking this with Councillor Walk-on to the National General Assembly in Canberra for the Australian Local Government Association, it's really important that the Queensland Local Government Association of Queensland also has those same motions. What we're asking is a review of the building code. We're finding wheelchairs and other associated equipment is getting larger, is getting more comfortable. The suspension's becoming heavier. There's more wheels, and these for the motorised wheelchairs and other equipment. Yet the building standard code, even though things are built to standard, is not keeping up with what the equipment is being made these days. And what we want is for them to review it so that the standards may incorporate those larger pieces of equipment that people do buy for comfort, for need, for necessity, and so that's why I think that it's great to take it to the LGAQ. Also, the president of the Australian Local Government Association, Matt Burnett, is the Mayor of Gladstone. He's also the president of the Queensland Local Government Association of Queensland as well. And I think that it's great that we can take that to both and really have both of the organisations lobby on Livingstone's behalf. Thank you.
Okay, anyone speaking against A and B? Any further speakers for?
I'll speak for it, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
I do see the absolute importance of this, and I'm really pleased that as delegates, as you are as well, that we'll get the opportunity to speak to it before the LGAQ. And It's going to make a difference in how we do everything in relation to wheelchair access, so it's very, very important.
Okay, any further speakers? No, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous, that's carried. So A and B will be heading off to the conference. Now we're going to determine whether C goes off to the conference, which is ensure that the renewable energy sector only supports ethical and responsible investments that are consistent with the Modern Slavery Act and environmental standards as set out in Australia.
I'm happy to move that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Eastwood, you're moving that. Do we have a seconder for that?
I have a question.
You certainly may have a question, yes.
You want to do a seconder first?
We can test the table and see if there's a seconder.
I'm just...
No, a seconder
Just a
for the
question.
motion.
Oh,
Mr.
I'm
Chair,
happy to second it. Yep.
I'd like to know what the C actually means. In
What
simple
C
language,
actually
in the-
means?
In the eye of the ordinary person.
Sorry?
In the eye of the ordinary person.
Okay.
well, that's a start.
That's a good start. Does the mover want to qualify that? Or?
Yeah, I think I can qualify that. I think this is all about, this is nothing against EV vehicles. It's actually for EV vehicles, and the whole belief that EV vehicles are great for our community, that they don't have any negative issues in relation to materials they're built with and the batteries are made with. So what it is, it's just taking it and saying that we support ethical and responsible battery making. Really, there's been we all know this has come before the table before in relation just in relation to not only the components of batteries but slavery, etc. And we just want to make sure that stuff that's coming into our country, into our state, isn't made in a country or by people that don't have the same standards that we would want ourselves. Like I've said before, I'm all for EVs. I've got battery operated skateboards, etc. I think it's great way to go. We're not going to stop it, but we just need to make sure that we do it in a way that's true and wholesome, and we're not blinded by the thing that we're doing something great, which maybe we're not if they're not ethically produced.
Councillor Mayor, does that answer the question so you know?
Well, I'm not too sure whether I'm much clearer, but I was just confused about the Slavery Act as to what actually incorporated that into this motion, that's all.
Well,
I understand that we like to have a standard. Obviously Donald Trump's trying to do that around the world. We're just trying to do it in our own little patch here. And anything that we bring into the country or we promote as being good for our economy and good for our environment, we need to be assured that they really stand up to the scrutiny.
Does the office agree? Did you want to provide a commentary on that? Or?
Yeah, certainly. I think the inclusion of the Modern Slavery Act and environmental standards to set out in Australia is because that is our new standard. If we want materials to come to the country from other countries, we're simply saying this is the benchmark.
Does that clarify, Councillor Mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
I've got a question. Is this the right place to be putting this, seeing that it's about Australia and this is the local government of Queensland conference?
I think we've voted to actually take it to the national conference, but we didn't have time to get it in. It's going to both. That's right, isn't it, Mr. CEO?
Going to both.
Yeah, it's going to both. It won't be going to the other one too
Well, let's get on to the formal debate.
So I have a question.
Yes. Radio.
After you.
Thank you very much. My question is to Councillor Eastwood. How sure are you with your electronic skateboard and your mobile phone and any other electronic equipment that you may have that uses cobalt or nickel is ethically sourced?
Absolutely not. Just like, and that's the whole thing. We want to know, particularly with EV vehicles, because they use so much of the stuff and they're so big. I wouldn't have a clue. Of course I wouldn't. And that's why we want to delve down, because we have people, believe we have people driving around in EVs thinking they're doing this great responsible thing, but they're perhaps not. They're people using mobile phones, same thing. But and you know, in relation to this is just trying to set a pathway that's ecologically and it's sound.
So my next question would be to Greg, I suppose. Australian government currently does have standards for ethically sourced minerals. Is that correct? That they would currently have.
The department of most likely will, but
Yes.
private companies may not necessarily have that.
Sure. And as a local government, lobbying the state and federal governments to ensure that the minerals are ethically resourced, is that something? Can they like we can't impose on private owners, private development. We can only advocate. What I'm saying is, does the federal government have the authority to impose sanctions on businesses, local business?
So the Australian government currently does that through a number of mechanisms.
Yep.
Biosecurity is a very, very good way of saying it's unlawful to import this product. So it may be that that's the mechanism they use down the track, if that does become law.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Just got a question, Mr.
Question, Councillor Walker.
Through the chair. Do we know whether this has any impact on Evie, on the Evie Charger company, on their installation?
No.
I wouldn't be. I'm not aware of that. I'd have to take that question on notice. But I think this is more aimed, if I get the intent of it right, is to basically say any imports into the country must comply with environmental standards that we've set out in Australia or the Modern Slavery Act.
Okay. No further questions? Councillor Risley, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, look, only to say, look, if you're an environmentalist, if you believe in the well-being of our state and country into the future, you need to vote for this. This got all mixed up last time for what it actually wasn't. This is about just caring for people. And sometimes living in Australia, we can think we're in this little eggshell that, you know...
To protect us.
Yeah, and we can buy stuff from outside, you know, whether you're buying stuff from, you know, some Chinese rubbish that people have been forced to make whatever, or you can buy, this is talking about EVs, you know, the tools sometimes we buy, all that sort of stuff. We need to just make sure, particularly with this, because it's going to get bigger and bigger, in another 10, 15 years, all our vehicles are probably going to be electric or hydrogen or whatever. And we just need to make sure that we are setting standards. And as a local government, people do listen, because we make the noise, then others make the noise. You can't just sit back and say, I'm just going to let this go and just forget about it and it doesn't matter. You've got to start somewhere. And I care about the environment, I care about people, and I think if you do too, you've got to vote for this.
Okay. Anyone speaking against the motion?
I'll speak against. I don't agree that this is a local council issue. I believe that it's to do with state and federal, and we already say in local government we have a lot on our plate. A lot of things come back, and you're just adding more things that have no bearing, like nothing we can do can change that. And I'm pretty sure last time we voted on a similar thing, we sent a letter to the state minister to inform them on our stance, and I believe that's where it should have stayed. And it's up to the state and the federal, who we elect, to worry about that. As a local government, if we're going into that platform, like, where does it stop? You know, and you talk about funding and all that, like, are we going to go against state and don't get funding because we're against certain things they bring in? I think you're just opening up a whole can of worms.
Here.
For Mr. Chairman. For.
Sorry?
For.
Speakers for?
Yes. I think Councillor Rothery is just going to love that audit committee, because he'll see things for the first time and he'll look at things in a whole different way.
Change a few.
Mr. Chairman, the people start here, on the ground. We are the people, and they expect us to protect them, whichever way we go. We're not always perfect, we make lots of mistakes, but that's why we get better at what we do. What we have to do is to make sure that the state government, all tiers above us, are aware of our concerns. If people bring them to us, that's where it starts. And we need to debate it, get all the information we can, and if we think there's a problem, we go upstairs to those other local governments, those other tiers of government. Because if we don't do it, they're so far removed from the real world, let's face it, with all that federal stuff, they're so far removed, they need us there to keep them advised as to what's happening here. And big things have come out of just one suggestion. So we don't know where this will end, but we have a responsibility. We can't turn our backs. If we see something that we feel needs investigating, we go for it.
Thank you, Councillor May. Anyone further
Yes.
speaking against?
I'll speak against, Mr Mayor. I didn't agree with it at the time, back when a special meeting was called in relation to reinstating the ability to have an EV charger installed. This was part of your foreshadowed motion to actually then take this to the LGAQ and next year to ALGA. I believe that this is not local government. Yes, I agree with Councillor Mather that as local government representatives, we do have a responsibility for the community. However, I don't believe this would be necessary to take to the conference, as, for example, the two previous notices of motion we're going to submit to the conference have consequences for our own community, in the sense of Australian standards for building codes for disability purposes, whereas this is not succinct. We're just saying, hey, we're concerned about modern slavery and environmental standards. However, the federal government already have these standards, and I'm sure that they won't be able to implement them on private business. So it's up to the consumers themselves to look into ethical sourcing for private business. So that's why I'm against this at this stage.
My turn. Here.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any further speakers?
Yeah, I'll speak against, Mr Mayor, speaking against it for the point that a lot of research has already been put into this. The last time it was brought to the table, and there's already a minimum standard already put out there through all the research that's been put out and research that I've done, as well as the officers. Minimum standards already set. More I'm thinking about it, can't vote for it. It's not sort of asking for anything different than what's than like A and B is asking for something different. C is just kind of C's there. If it was asking for something different, I think I would, consider it, and it's worth going. Okay, we can aim for it. Let's go for it. I just can't see anything different than what's already set out in Australian standards already. If there was something different, probably, but not in this case.
Okay.
Against Mr Mayor, it feels like it's a 5-minute idea. There's no thought gone into it, I'm sorry. I think if you'd rewritten it, probably better, we might look at it, but it doesn't really say anything. And so I won't be voting for it.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Watson. Okay, thank you, councillors. I'm going to speak for it. I guess for a number of reasons, and I'm quite surprised actually that there's not a willingness to recognise that there is a problem, maybe not in our backyard. There certainly is a problem in the backyards of countries around the world that are manufacturing and mining this stuff, and that's actually not a secret. And they end up in our backyard. And this is not about EV batteries, this is about the renewable energy sector that is coming to flood our landscapes. We've seen at Boulder Cone there, they've got 15-acre proposal for a battery storage facility. That community there felt like it was local to them. They absolutely said, hang on a minute, we don't want that in our backyard. We've got something like 20,000 wind turbines are supposedly going to be rolled out. That's pretty local. Where's it coming from? How's it manufactured? Can you go to bed at night and know that the standards that have gone into place that's constructed that, it's manufactured it? Can you go to bed knowing that they're all good? Or, I don't care because it's not local. But you're going to benefit from those things. Because when you turn the light on, that's what's going to generate the electricity, but you're not concerned about maybe where it come from, environmentally and from a human rights perspective. That is the renewable energy sector. It got pushed so dramatically on councils and our community. That's why the planning schemes were abdicated to the state government to include an assessment of the developments of wind turbines and solar farms. That's local. Before that it wasn't. They didn't have to go through that filter. Every other development did, but they seem to be exempt. And yet we don't think that's local, but it's certainly local now. And to suggest that this is going to cost us, it'll cost me to stand up and debate the merits of the local government conference. I have no problem exerting that energy to the audience that are there. We were prepared to do it as a council. Now we're asking to look to other councils and we're going to encourage them to get on board. I was contacted by the Cassowary Coast Council after what we did. They actually implemented a policy in place so that when they procure their electric vehicles, they must be able to be assured they come from an ethical source and they comply with the Human Rights Act and environmental standards. What an amazing story. And yet we're going to sit here and say, no, it's outside of our domain. We can't push it on the private sector. Man, oh man, we've come a long way to putting more stringence on the renewable energy sector because it needed it. Because mate, it was just open slather. Let's continue that momentum. That's what it's about. It won't cost you anything. You will not notice a deficit in your bank account, a deficit in anything. It's easy to do. The hard work is standing up and pushing for what you think's right. There's a lot of improvement in this space that still can happen, that's for sure. And it's no good having a clean backyard, right? If your neighbours, you chuckle your weeds over your neighbour's fence, and you say, look how clean my yard is. Have you made your neighbour's yard dirty? And the world that we live in is our backyard. That doesn't stop at the local boundary. It extends across the entire world. Wouldn't we want to be part of the highest possible standards to improve the lifestyle of not just us, but other people around the globe? What a great thing to support. That concludes my debate. Councillor Rees, do you want to wrap up?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I must admit I feel like I'm a bit disappointed by the way it appears to be going. Obviously we weren't ready to have this separated and I thought it was just going to go in one thing. Probably should have put some effort into the research into it. But I'll tell you this, Councillor Rotherham suggested that there's nothing we can do. You know, when the COVID restrictions came about, this council made a step to standing against some of the restrictions that were being made, and other councils followed. There's something we can do, Councillor Rotherham, and it means making the move. If you have any green bone in your body, if you care about people, you have to vote for this. You can't not, otherwise you simply just don't care.
Councillor Rees, we can't have threatening statements.
Did I say we can't do it, or did I say it's not up to us to do it?
It is up to us. We're making the decision right now. And guys, evil flourishes when good men do nothing.
Hey, that's my life.
And this is...
Is that anti-Semitism?
This is one of those places where evil will flourish if people don't stand up and have a crack. Guys, I implore you to vote for this. It's a no-brainer. You know, we just want better processes. We want to make sure that our governments are pushed in the right direction. It's too easy.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay, we'll put in the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is lost. Thank you, councillors. That takes us on to 13.17, Long Beach access. Looks like Greg's going to take us through this one.
Good Chair, the report makes reference to this particular item, which has been raised quite a few times before. As part of the local law review process, we need to make a decision about whether we wish to write driving on certain beaches into the local law or not. If we choose to write that into the local law, then we need to send that off to the state for referral for part of the state interest check. And we would also need to undertake some further consultation with groups such as Durumble. So essentially there's two broad options: either leave the Long Beach as it is with no vehicular access, okay, unless authorised, or option two, include mechanisms in the proposed local law to allow access to that beach, noting that it's not a lay down the air that will actually occur, but it still needs to go through a number of other steps before that.
Mr. Mayor.
Hey, yes, questions?
You just mentioned the Rumble. I don't know whether I have a conflict of interest that it will end up going to them or not. My circumstances have changed with the Rumble. I'm the director there now. So I don't know whether I would or not. But I'll just go back to what I was saying previously. So this still has a number of steps to go. Okay. The first step is to make a decision about whether to write driving onto Long Beach into a local law or not. Mm-hmm.
The second step after that will be a state interest check. The state may turn around to us and say, no way. They may turn around and say, you could consider it, but here's all these conditions and you need to do this, and this. And then thirdly, obviously, we then consult with groups like that. So it's, like I said, councillors are of the opinion they want to write into the local law to drive on the beach. There are still a number of hurdles or hoops to jump through before that could potentially become the case. Because it may be that the state says, okay, yes, we'll allow you to drive on the beach, but here's some conditions. We would bring that back to the table, and the table then turns around and says, no, they're too onerous, or it's going to cost us too much money, or whatever.
Right.
Okay. So this really is just the first step in the whole process.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions, Councillor?
Yes, question, Mr. Mayor. Back in September of 21, last council voted was carried by the majority to continue and not continue with a pedestrian access, and this was after much consultation with locals. It would have cost approximately, in stages, up to $1.5 million. So that council at the time decided, or the majority did, not to continue with it. That was for a pedestrian access. So my question is to Greg, if this was voted to allow vehicles on the beach, on Long Beach, would council need to create a vehicular access, and do we know any costings to that? That's important to know before we vote on yes or no.
Yes, so again, we're right at the beginning of this process, so we may vote to say yes, we'd like to run into the local laws. It's not saying that yes, vehicles are automatically allowed on the beach from tomorrow. Okay, it still has a number of steps to go through. So it may be that the state turns around to us and says, you need to undertake this study, you need to do this, you need to do that, and the council may not have the appetite. Further, it may be the council turns around and says, yes, we have the appetite for that. How much is it going to cost for us to create a safe, lawful access onto that beach? And I would suggest that number is considerably higher than 1.5 million.
Sure. And I suppose to continue that same questioning though, how can we make an informed decision today to change, perhaps even to change the officer's recommendation to allow vehicular access and traffic onto the beach when we don't have the costings of what it could cost this council? Because once we put that into the local law and it goes to the state, they may say no, but they certainly may say yes. And then we're left with the costings of an access. Or, I'm not sure, resumption of land or whatever might be. So how can we make, I'm asking you, how can we make an informed decision without those costings today?
I guess there's a number of doors still to be opened throughout this process. All we're simply opening is the first door, then there's the state interest check door, there'll be consultation with other groups' doors. Any one of those may say yes or no. Then it may be that, again, we have items that the state may say you need to do this, that may shut further doors. At this point in time, the reason that costing hasn't been put in there is because there is too much uncertainty about whether we will even be allowed or not.
Sure. One last question in relation to the officer's recommendation that council not include general vehicular access to Long Beach in its suite of local laws. Why was that recommendation put through? Did you think of costing? Did you think of environment? Did you think of privately owned land?
A number of factors. So there's the remoteness of the area, okay, which is one consideration. Actually, physical traversing to get onto the beach is quite difficult. You've got to go down a dirt track, which is not the best track to drive down, and then you've actually got to cross a small creek to actually get onto the beach. Okay. So at this point in time, even if we allowed driving on that beach and we created a safe, lawful access to the sand edge, you then still have to navigate a number of hazards to actually get on to the beach. Further, the $1.5 million from about 4 years ago, I think, or 5 years ago,
4 years.
For us to construct an access, it would more than likely probably have to be a two-lane access, given the distance we're talking about, and that would be a considerable cost. I would suggest that it would be a long way north of $1.5 million.
Question, Greg. So, and if you didn't construct an access, but just allowed access, would that create just a quagmire of tracks everywhere? And
yes. If we just, so in effect, if we, again, all the stars line up and we run into the local law, the state says yes, and all that kind of stuff, and we decide yes, we're going to provide access onto that beach, okay, under the local law, we then basically have a duty care to ensure that access is safe. Because we are, in effect, opening up an unconstructed road.
Sorry, Greg, but say to what, two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive?
I would have suggested you'd want to.
I mean, clearly going onto the beach, they're not going to be a two-wheel drive, so it'd be, what's a four-wheel drive standard?
Well, that would be made for the table, but it would need to be safe. If it was only for four-wheel drive standard, then that would actually, then it would be signposted accordingly.
Yep.
But again, if we're allowing access down there, we need to then be mindful that other people will more than likely want to travel down there.
Mr Mayor, I would like to test the table for a procedural motion.
Right.
Do we need a mover and seconder for a procedural?
No.
No, I'd like to test the table for a procedural motion to lay on the table until we have some further costings of what, if it was to go into the local law and it was going to be allowed, and the state government said yes, and the traditional owners said yes, and everyone was happy with it, the residents of Joscalee, I just don't feel that we have enough information to say yes or no, other than to lay it on the table until we have some more costings.
Does it cost us to do a costing?
Of course it does. Officers' time.
Yeah, I understand that. but
And research.
Is it going to really, like, if we already know the roundabout,
Give or take a million.
Yeah. Yeah, point of order, Mr Mayor, that was a procedural motion.
Yeah, true. It is. It's long in the day though, and like we could have suspended standard orders to, allow for a bit of a free-flowing discussion. So I guess in the at heart of the day, we try and play the game here. Fair point from Councillor Friend. So we've got a procedural then to lay on the table to explore costing.
Access costings.
Yep.
And whole of life cost.
If that's the way we were going to go. But before we make a decision on this today, whether it was for the officer's recommendation or against the officer's recommendation, we need to have to know that if we say, oh no, we don't like the officer's recommendation, let's allow vehicular access to the beach and allow vehicles on the beach. As the manager said, we have an obligation for standards to have a proper access. What's the cost of that?
Okay, well, I'll accept it as a legitimate procedural motion that's been put forward for us to consider. No further debate on that, but those in favour of that procedural motion? Okay, the motion's carried then. Does that give you direction, Greg? Okay.
Just one more thing with that, Mr. Mayor. When would we expect something back to the table? Sooner rather than later?
I'll need to liaise with the General Manager of Infrastructure because it will require some work for officers to go down there and actually have a look and make a very reasonable determination. The General Manager of Infrastructure, Michael and myself were talking earlier on today that if something was to be constructed there, you're probably going to have to bring in tons and tons of rock to actually build a stable foundation. Whether that's what will actually happen or not, or occur or not, we'll need to seek some specialist advice.
Okay, we can explore that further and maybe include councillors perhaps in that process, just so we're aware, I guess, of the scope of what you're looking at. I'd be interested in other locations that have pretty ordinary accesses. When you go up the Cape or something, some of those roads there, they're pretty ordinary. They seem to be roads that are allowable to travel for the public to travel on. They're pretty rough, so it'd be interesting to know what that looks like in other localities. Okay, we've got work to do there, so that's passed. So thank you, Greg. It takes us on to 13-18 policy review, herbicide, pesticide policy.
So, in short, councillors, every few years we need to have a look at our policies. Government's reaches out to us and says, can you have a look at this policy and update it as required, or if it's not required. And as a result of that, Nat and a couple of the guys from Open Spaces have gone through the herbicide pesticide policy and updated it. The changes in there are primarily to do with legislation, so we build internal council policies into the new ones, and the change of the CEO's name.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Any questions, councillors?
Last question. Do we poison in town with Roundup sort of thing, or?
That's correct. So part of the procedure is when we use Roundup in town, or anywhere actually, if they put that little sign that you would have seen in the last 24 hours.
And I've asked this from Michael earlier, but have we looked into any other ways to do stuff in town differently to out of town?
I'm not aware of that. I need to take that question on notice and talk to them about this.
If you don't mind.
Yeah.
I just know that we've had those issues and it's getting banned all over the world, and I'm just saying we should start looking for alternatives.
I'll take that question on notice.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Greg, it's not incorporated into this one, but I think we need to have a look, and I've been badgered by a lady from the bush who says GRT is along our highways. And I think we need to, certainly it's not up to us to do that, but I think we need to initiate something that actually gets the main roads involved, because there are no washdown vehicles around here. There is no, when they identify that the GRT is present, the slashes go over it and spread it. And there's about 85,000 seeds to one stem, something big figure like that.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Good points.
And I think we need to, if you need me to put something in writing, I will. But I thought we could actually identify that there is a problem and come to a suggestion as to where we can start to deal with it.
Yep. Okay. Very good. We've got a mover. A seconder here. Moved Councillor Rothery.
I'll second it.
Seconded Councillor Walcott. Any need for debate, councillors?
I just want to see that GRT is going to be on the agenda somewhere.
Well, it certainly is in the scope of our weeds and seed guys, that they're aware of it, with the limited resources they've got.
That's another one I'm going to deal with.
Yep, excellent. Thank you. The only thing I'll say to this is, Councillor Watson, to your point, I think there will be a day in the future where we, like other places, it won't be part of our weaponry against weeds and seeds. These types of roundups and what have you, the glyphosate sort of there, and our guys tend to not use it where they can, and I think it's been reducing the amount that they use it, and by introducing the dyes, it shows to our community that we are very mindful of demonstrating to our community where it's being used, so you can make an informed decision, and adhering to those timeframes where we're keeping children out of playgrounds and what have you. And that was to the great work of a little group that formed some years ago, and I'm sure that there's more that we can do in that space. So. Okay, anyone want to wrap up? No? We'll go to vote. Those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you, Greg. Takes us now on to Tenure Capital Coast Dirt Bike Club. Happy to move from Councillor Walk-on, seconded Councillor Friend. We've got Carmen and Molly are going to give us a very only the headlines. Not that we don't like to hear things like
Good afternoon, councillors. You'll remember a briefing report coming to the briefing session in June. The Capital Coast Dirt Bike Club have requested a 7-year tenure renewal. Very active club, continuous growth in membership, which I believe just over 400 members now and 50 active volunteers. The club have had their initial tenure agreement with council over part of 2745 Cocoon Road since July 2006. So this resolution just seeks to that 7-year tenure renewal over that part of that side.
Okay.
Happy to take any questions.
Do you reckon this will keep the dirt bikes off the beaches?
Okay. We've got a mover there, Councillor Walk-on, seconded Councillor Friends, and look at extending it for another 7 years, is that?
That's correct, yeah.
Any need for debate, councillors?
No.
Nope. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Congratulations to those guys. Policy review, acquiring land and easements for infrastructure services policy and procedure. Looks like Mr. Creedon's coming to the table for Michael. We've got a mover for this one there. It's moved Councillor Mather. Thank you, Councillor Mather. You're comfortable with this one?
Seconded.
And seconded Councillor Walk-on. It's the policy review, acquiring
Acquisition of
land.
land.
Yep. Thank you, Michael.
I don't have any particular questions or comments here. It's just an administrative update based on the change in some of the state government machinery changes and some changes of our position titles within council. So it was last updated in 2022 and it's just been updated to reflect our current positions and state government process.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, councillors?
Just to Michael, thanks Mr Mayor. Michael, what obstacle do you see that we're facing in this regard? What is the stumbling block that you see that we've got in front of us to bring us to the table?
It's just a simple update from 3 years ago to the Department of Resources changed their name, so we've just changed our procedure. We've got a policy which is ahead of power in the procedure, which details how staff are to engage with property owners on land matters. So this is a very good document. It's been in place for a number of years, and our officers understand it and utilise it. And it's a very good guide. Procedure sets out what we need to do, who has delegation, how we try and work with the property owners to acquire it through negotiation and agreement, and if not, then we have to come back to the table for resumption resolutions, which we have done in the past year or two a couple of times. So it sets very good ground rules, and it's working really well. So it's just an administrative change.
I think we do okay the way we are, the way we handle things.
Yeah. Very good.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Thank you, Michael.
Yes.
Just little tiny thing here. I just thought I'd just count the pages. It does go up to 13, but the other pages says it's 12 of 12. Pages prior to 30 and 13. It stops at 12, and then the last page is 13. It should be something of 13 from 1 to 12.
I won't go through all the page numbers now, but if it's wrong, we'll sort it out for the final version.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Walk-on. Any need for debate, councillors? No? We'll put this one then to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Councillors, next on is urgent business. We actually do have an item of urgent business that's come in. However, with procedural motion, I'd like to move to our last item of the confidential agenda, where we have one item.
2 items.
Sorry?
2 items.
2 items, is there?
Who's the other?
So we might, if move procedural, that we go into closed session to deal with the items that are listed in our agenda there. Then we'll conclude them, then come back out, and then we'll deal with the item that's in urgent business.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a procedural to do that. If you're satisfied with that, just to lay that out. All those in favour? Against? Okay, that's carried. So we are going into if we can just see what the 2 items are. I haven't got it in. Wait up. Well, whatever ones there is, if there's 1 or 2, we will deal with all the ones that we have to deal with. Closed.
Oh, sorry, Mayor, they haven't been pulled into the minutes for some reason. Let me just bring up the agenda.
Okay. According to our agendas, 12.1, I believe, the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting, 10th of June 2025, to receive the unconfirmed minutes, I believe.
Yeah, and we did actually do that during the ordinary council meeting and open session. This is just the confidential component of those minutes, so that won't actually need to be.
It doesn't need to be resolved?
No.
No, okay. And that then, that's at this point. Nothing further in the confidential agenda to deal with. So we'll go back.
You say there was 2 then?
We have 2 items in confidential.
I thought it was only. What's the other one?
Sorry to interrupt, you're still on the last, so are we going into?
Well, from what you've just told me then, the matter to do with the audit and risk is not actually requiring a resolution. So that's true and correct? Okay. So there's no need at this point to deal with that in confidential. So that deals with that. We can go then back to under urgent business. We have a matter to deal with there. Have we got a resolution there, or sorry, some guidance there on the matter that's going to be raised in urgent business, which is a industrial relations, or some wording there.
It's a confidential matter.
It's a confidential matter that we need to be able to produce the actual reference to.
Have you charged
I've only got 15%.
The report that will be, or the motion that will appear in the public meeting, and the justification for going into closed session for doing it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm going to pose a procedural motion for a 5-minute break until the computer side is sorted out. So
there we go. Those in favour? There we go. If we can turn. Lucy,
Yep.
thank you very much. Welcome back to those viewing in online. It has been a long day, but we do have the last item on our agenda, which is urgent business. And we have got a matter to deal with in urgent business that has come forward. And that matter will require us to go into closed session for the reasons that the meeting needs to be closed to discuss the following items, which are considered confidential in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012. For the reasons indicated that the matter of 14.1 is an organisation industrial matter, and this report is considered confidential in accordance with sections 254J 3B of the Local Government Regulation 2012, as it contains information relating to industrial matters affecting employees. So, councillors, if someone wants to move, or we need a mover, a second to address this matter.
Move it.
Mover, Councillor Walk on, and seconded Councillor Rothery. All those in favour? All those against? Live stream back on. Thank you very much, councillors, for your contribution during that confidential matter. We're now back into the public part of our meeting, where we have one important item to resolve, and it's with a somewhat heavy heart that this is before us to vote on at the end of this day. But effectively, our CEO, Mr. Terry Dodds, has put forward a pending resignation subject to us agreeing on terms and conditions, which is quite a shock for us all. But we're here to make, I guess, well, we're here in the position we are because that's local government and that's what happens from time to time. But Mr. CEO, would you enlighten us, I guess, somewhat on...
Yeah, look, I'm really happy to have worked here for the last 8.5 or 9 months. I've learned a lot about the area. I'd only really been in Yeppoon once before I came here, and that was such a long time ago I couldn't even remember. It's been a bit of fun. There's been a lot of great things achieved. I really enjoyed doing the accountabilities framework and watching the staff's eyes light up when they actually saw how many things they were supposed to do. And we've had a bit of fun. But it's time to move on, and I wish the council and the staff the best wishes for the future. And I'm sure when I come back up here in years to come with my wife, we'll find a 12-storey hotel on this premises here. We'll find a real good connection between the Rocky Road and the Tamby Road, and another 5,000 houses, or maybe even a bit more. And I'm glad that those wheels are in motion, and I sincerely wish you all the best. And thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Terry. I guess I'll open up to the floor if anybody would want to comment. Now's a great time.
I'll say something, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mr. CEO. The resignation did come as a bit of a surprise, but I do understand, and I hope that you go from here. We do go from here with all our best wishes, and maybe just don't be shy when you come up and drop in and say good day.
Hopefully there'll be a hotel here though, so I can drop into the new council chambers.
I have something to say.
Please.
That I've prepared, Mr. Mayor. So I'll start with a timeline. On the 1st of October 2024, Council appointed Mr. Terry Dodds as the new CEO, and on the 21st of January of this year resolved to accept the CEO's performance indicators. The 3rd of June, an organisational restructure was adopted, and this restructure has been adopted and ratified under the CEO's delegations and under the Local Government Act, and this restructure started only last week, the 7th of July. This CEO, Mr. Terry Dodds, has engaged with staff and has had a plan to improve the culture. There is actual evidence of leadership whereby the CEO has taken all staff on the journey of a positive organisational change. He has been completely transparent in his communication with staff and councillors through meetings, phone calls and emails. He was implementing necessary change for the betterment of this organisation, even though perhaps some may not have been happy with his honesty and forthright nature. How is it not understood that the stability of any organisation is the basis for which it operates? In Livingstone, since 2014, there have been 7 CEOs, including acting CEOs, and shortly there'll be 2 more within 11 years. Why so many CEOs within this time? Rhetorically, we need to ask ourselves why. Ask ourselves, as the Board of Directors, where is my responsibility? I believe this decision by the CEO is made with great regret and a tremendous amount of consideration. However, this is the right decision for the CEO, as he has said. All chief executive officers need respect, trust and integrity to carry out their extensive role. Without these aspects of decency, their role becomes negligible. The reputation for Livingstone, in my opinion, in my personal opinion, is now extreme. But I want to go back and say that Terry Dodds has proven the ability to inspire and motivate employees in a short time he's been here. I know that there are currently and very shortly will be staff that are devastated, and those that will now find out and might say, oh, no, not again. I am personally, as councillor friend, I'm devastated with many mixed emotions for this organisation and for the whole community who rely on this council's ability to run smoothly and not have continual disruption. Oh, no, not again. I wish him well, Mr. Dodds, I wish you well, and I know that you will excel within your next tenure, wherever that may be. It's your gain, sir, and Livingstone's loss.
Any further comments?
Just say it's been a pleasure working with you. Absolute pleasure. We missed what you were about to do.
Best thing you've ever said is how hard we work here.
He wasn't so talking to you.
That was when you weren't in the room. Councillor Lottery. Sorry, Councillor Lottery.
You do work very hard.
I'm very appreciative that I've had the privilege to work under you, and to work, your work ethic is definitely not questioned. It cannot be questioned, and it's been an honour, and I've learnt a lot, and I've had banter, I've had serious conversations, and all the whole time you've remained professional. So thank you, and I hope your future travels do well.
Thank you, Councillor Lottery.
Terry, when you came to us on that screen, we said, that's the bloke we want. We all said it. We've seen some good people, well presented.
We had a Hawaiian shirt on.
And they were lovely. They were lovely. And you gave us some of his stories and gave us a little bit of background. Everybody said, that's the bloke we want. We didn't regret it. Because you had something there that we hadn't seen before. So it is with sad heart that we see you going at this early stage. But somebody out there will grab you with both hands and say, come with me. And we'll be jealous. There's no two ways about that, because we know what you could have achieved. But collectively, these people here, they don't have ulterior motives. They have no ambitions for personal gain. Most of us have been in the area for a very long time and know the atmosphere out there. The people were looking for stability. They were looking for guidance. Stability was the biggest thing, because we hadn't had it for so long. And we went through an era where the staff were told, do not talk to the councillors, and they wouldn't for a very long time. This isn't a big shire, but it has a big heart. And when you tell your people not to talk to your local reps, something sours. And that stayed with them for a very long time, because they were feared that they might be put off, even though they might have been short. But they feared that they might have been put off by talking to a councillor, because that might be a secret that gets out. That's the atmosphere I saw for many years. So when you turned up with this is the bloke we want. And we're going to be sad to lose you, because we know what your capabilities are. We really do. You've worked very hard. You didn't take me to Stanage Bay and Marlborough and Ogmore like you promised, though. And I'm still waiting for the policeman to ring you about those signalmen's quarters, but I'll follow that one through. And when you do come back, come and have a drink with us. We might pour you a cup of tea, and I'll show you some potholes we've fixed once and for all. That's for sure. But thank you for your time here. Thank you for your contribution, your patience, your enthusiasm, and we are sad to lose you. Let me say that honestly, because you've got qualities there that they're rare. They're rare. They're out there, but they're rare. And like I said, these people here, there's no ulterior motive. They just want to serve and be welcomed into the family of confidence. They'll get there one day, old and grey. Maybe not too grey. But Yeah, thank you for your contribution. It is appreciated.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Maynard.
Yeah, maybe if I
Yes.
can just suppose every councillor and all the staff, Mr. CEO, you can say something positive. And so you have saved me, Mr. CEO, when you wrote to me and said, hey mate, you better be careful here, you might have a conflict of interest. And so I just want to appreciate what you've done. Appreciate you, looking out for us, and particularly me as a new councillor. I appreciate you doing that, and no doubt you've achieved a lot in your 8 months. But I just want to wish you all the best for your future, and whoever that might entail or look for you. But I do wish you the best in your years ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Perhaps just to conclude, it's a tough day. It's a really tough day, and I acknowledge it's a tough day for the staff. They would probably be shocked by this this announcement, and it's a really challenging day for us as a council. But I guess the burden of leadership rests pretty heavily on days like this. Many days councillors hear the words from people and from staff, we would never, ever want to be a councillor. Because it is a challenging job, and especially days like this when we're going through this experience at the moment. But Terry, you've been around a long time, I've been around a little while as well. And as you often said, mayors and CEOs get watched more than anybody. And I just want to thank you that every day you turned up here with your tie on. You've had a friendly, energetic approach to the job, and you've made me feel like, Mr. Mayor, I'm here to serve you. And I've never ever doubted that. And we don't always agree on everything. We never ever will, and nor would we want to. But you've made a decision today, and I absolutely respect that. And to you and Fiona, I just want to say on behalf of Livingstone, thank you for your service for the time you were here. And wherever you go from here, we wish you all the very, very best. And your reputation is something that we can, that we stand beside and uphold. So on those final words, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much too.
And we'll now put the recommendation to the vote.
What is the recommendation, Mr. Mayor?
Recommendation before us, councillors, there's 4 parts to that.
5.
Okay, well, it basically, council authorises the Mayor to negotiate with the Chief Executive Officer appropriate separation arrangements and payments due to the Chief Executive Office pending resignation and a date to be agreed. Council authorises the Mayor to re-engage Mr Alistair Dawson as the appropriately qualified and experienced Interim Chief Executive Officer from an agreed date until the commencement of a permanent Chief Executive Officer. 3, Council authorises the Mayor to appoint a member of Council's current executive leadership team to temporarily act in the Chief Executive Officer's role until the commencement of the Interim Chief Executive Officer. 4, Council authorises the Mayor to present a recruitment strategy for approval by Council to permanently fill the Chief Executive Officer position. I'm not aware that there's 5, I believe that's it.
We did knock the other one off, did we?
Beg your pardon?
We knocked the other one off, did we?
Yep, so that's the recommendation in its entirety. Is there any... I'm prepared to move that, I guess, to take responsibility in this situation.
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I don't feel any further need to speak to the motion, other than I thank each and every one of you for your commitment to the role. And I thank the staff here today that have persevered through a very long day, and your assistance through this matter. And that's probably it. Does anyone want to speak against the motion? Any further speakers for? On that note, Mr Terry Dodds, this is the last resolution, I guess, motion that you'll officiate over, and we thank you very much. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried. Thank you everybody, good night, and safe journeys home. Thank you.